Good afternoon. Welcome to the City Council meeting of May 11th, 2026. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask that you all rise for the singing of our national anthem. Thank you to our very own Tennille Towns for the singing of our national anthem and to the marketing department of the City of Grande Prairie for the images. I would now like to take this opportunity to read our land acknowledgement. The city respectfully acknowledges the Beaver, Cree, Dene, and Métis people as the original caretakers of these lands and surrounding areas. We are grateful to live, learn, work, and play on Treaty 8 territory within Turtle Island and acknowledge that these lands have been and Inuit nations since time immemorial. Moving on to today's agenda under item number 4, the adoption of the previous council meeting minutes, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council adopt the minutes of the City Council meeting held April 27th as presented.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with noted errors or omissions, I'll call the question. Councillor Roger votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. Moving to item 4.2, the special city council meeting held on May 5th, recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council adopt the minutes of the special city council meeting held May 5th as presented. Thank
you for that motion. That motion is in order. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that too is carried unanimously. Item number 5 on today's agenda, the adoption of today's meeting, recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
I didn't even punch in. That was great. Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order, and sometimes you just got to be voluntold what to do.
I love it.
Seeing no one in the queue, with discussion or debate, I'll call the question on this motion. Please vote. And that too carries unanimously. Moving on today's agenda under item number 6, delegations. We have 2 delegations here for the afternoon session. As we are having an evening session today, there are delegations coming to the evening session as well. For those who are watching at home, if you'd like to be a delegation to speak to council, the form is relatively simple online to let us know that you're coming. Let us know ahead of time and give us a little bit of background on what you'd like to speak about. Today's first delegation under item 10.1 is Apple Schools. I could ask them to come forward. Your microphones are on. Once you're situated, if you could please introduce yourselves. Take about 5 minutes to address council. Council may have questions for you. So once you're situated, please go ahead. Thanks, ladies. And those aren't attached, so feel free to hold them forward.
Thanks. It feels very official. I feel like I get the chance to say hello. So I'm not sure if our presentation can be pulled up, but we'll work that while Carrie's figuring that out. I'll introduce myself. My name is Jen Flynn. I'm the Executive Director of Apple Schools, and we're really excited to present to you today, just share a little bit more about our project and the work we've started doing here in the city of Grande Prairie. Our goal is to share a little bit of information and build some excitement and some support, and just share a bit more of what we've done so far.
Perfect.
While Carrie's pulling this up, do you want me to introduce you? Right, this is Carrie Foster, who's the Partnerships and Development Manager of Apple Schools and a longtime local resident here of Grande Prairie. So we're really excited and thankful to be part of your meeting.
Welcome.
Thanks.
Okay.
How are we doing?
Get it to share. Hold on one second.
It's okay. All right, well, I'm sure our timer is running, but Apple Schools is a registered charity that works to support children and youth for their mental health, physical activity, and healthy eating habits in school settings. We're a project that started back in 2007 with the goal to improve long-term healthy habits for kids. And just in 2023 and 2024, we started to have conversations here in Grande Prairie to expand our project. And we now fully support 4 schools locally in the city. And we just want to share a little bit about our impact in those. We work directly with school communities because that's the place where students spend the bulk of their time. Most of their waking hours are in the 4 walls of schools, and so we know through our almost 20 years now of existence that we can make a significant impact on the lives of kids by focusing programming and additional supports in the school setting. Our goal is to strengthen nutrition environments, to improve environments around physical activity so that it's fun, welcoming, and safe for folks of all types, and also to really build mental health capacity habits for kids at a young age. We do that through sustaining daily opportunities that are specific to every single school community. So each Apple school actually works to create their own plan for well-being. We are not a canned program that has 16 steps and all of a sudden you're a healthy school. We work hard to make sure that the plan for each school makes sense for the community where it's at, and as well, year over year with what kind of facilitators and barriers that school might have. We also aren't a one-time or a quick program that lasts 1 year or a couple months. Our goal is to support schools for a minimum of 3 years, but we have a saying that's once an Apple school, always an Apple school. And so to date, we've been able to continue to support our schools that started with our project since 2007 and have done so all through private and corporate donations. How we do this, really quickly before I turn it over to Carrie, is that we know that the biggest barriers to creating change in communities and settings is through time, funding, and resources and training. So we embed a staff person locally into the school community for 3 years and then taper that off and support them long-term through our expert mentors, through funding, and through ongoing support for their projects. And we know that by doing this, we can have a significant impact on the health behaviors for kids long-term. So our project was founded in research, and we continue to make sure that what we do is evidence-based. We know that we've improved kids' physical activity levels of 35%, improved their healthy habits for eating, improved their mental well-being, their leadership skills, their educational outcomes, and we know that we have a high return on investment, again, scientifically and peer-reviewed study to show that $1 invested in Apple brings back $8.60 in avoided future healthcare costs. And so we're really proud of the work that we started here, and I'm going to turn it over to Carrie to tell you a little bit more of how that looks and sounds locally in Grande Prairie.
I'm going to try and do this while running the slideshow. So when determining where to expand our support, we look for communities where early prevention can make a meaningful difference, and where strong local partners are ready to lead alongside of us. Grande Prairie is a growing and diverse community, and like many regions across Canada, children here are navigating increased stress, social disconnection, and barriers to consistent wellness supports. Through a highly competitive national funding process, we secured funding, $635,000, to be able to bring the program here to Grande Prairie. Working closely with the Grande Prairie Public School District and Alberta Health Services, we identified an opportunity to support school communities where prevention and long-term health promotion could have meaningful impacts. We pursued this work because the need here is real and because Grande Prairie children deserve environments that make healthy choices easier every day. So we began supporting 4 Grande Prairie schools, Alexander Forbes, Avondale, Crystal Park, and Roy Bickle in 2024. And together, these schools represent more than 1,600 students and over 200 staff from diverse school communities. Over the past year, we've seen meaningful momentum build across these school communities, led by students, staff, and families working together around shared goals for health and well-being. And importantly, the impact is measurable. Across more than 1,100 students surveyed in these 4 Grande Prairie schools, bear with me. Yeah. There we go. 64% of these students told us they're moving their bodies more. 78% said they were excited to try new healthy foods. And 74% reported feeling more connected to their school community, which is especially important because belonging is one of the strongest protective factors in long-term mental wellness. So these results reflect students in the everyday experience at school. We're seeing movement become part of the regular school day, healthier foods becoming more familiar and approachable, and students taking greater leadership in wellness activities across their schools. Most importantly, we're seeing stronger connections between students, staff, and school communities. This work extends beyond individual schools. Healthier students are more engaged learners, stronger leaders, and are more connected community members. And school environments that support well-being help strengthen families and communities while contributing to long-term health sustainability. This work aligns closely with municipal priorities around youth well-being, communities' resilience, and prevention-focused approaches to support healthier futures for Grande Prairie families.
So when we started our project and started expansion here to Grande Prairie, our goal was larger than just 4 schools. We know that by building things and building momentum locally, we can build greater support and buy-in to a larger subset of kids. We work with schools in the Fort McMurray and Wood Buffalo region. We've seen the same kind of growth in their Edmonton area, as well as the northeastern corridor through areas like Lac La Biche and Cold Lake. And we want to be able to grow our project here locally as well. And we know that as a charitable organization, we depend on community support and investment. Today is not an ask to council. It's more of a piece to build some awareness, I think, of the great work that's happening locally by these school communities supported by Apple, and a signal that we're looking to partner for long-term community investment and to grow the program beyond these 4 schools. So we just really wanted to thank you for your time today and give you the opportunity to ask questions and create a little bit of awareness of the momentum that's happening for healthy kids and healthy schools, and also to invite you all to a school tour on the 21st of May at Alexander Forbes. And I believe that information has been shared with you. But if you want to see how it looks and feels and sounds like to be in a healthy school community like an Apple school, you can come and join us on that day. But we're happy to answer any questions you might have or share more information if you're interested.
Excellent. Well, thanks for your presentation. Before I go to my colleagues in the queue, can you tell me again the 4 schools? Alexander Forbes, and what were the other 3?
Avondale,
Yep.
Crystal Park,
Okay.
and Roy Bickle.
Great. And the total number of students in Grande Prairie you're servicing was 1,600?
Just over 1,600, yep.
Perfect. Thank you. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jen and Carrie. Thank you. So because you have touched 40,000 children across Canada, are there any success stories that you can share with us that will say, hey, this is something that we really need to have here? Do you have anything that you can share with me?
Yeah, I'll start, and Carrie, if you want to jump in. I think the unique part about Apple Schools is that we can share stories of individual kids that will be really excited. They'll come to us or come to our team members in the school or to our project to talk about how they're so excited that they got to try pomegranates at school, or they didn't know that they could do Zumba classes because that's an activity they were introduced to at school. But the thing that makes our project the most unique is our evidence that shows that we're actually making a difference in children's health behaviors for life. So for almost 20 years, from year 19, I'm rounding up, we've been measuring actual children's health behaviors over time. And so we are seeing that significant increase in those physical activity habits, in healthy eating behaviors, which we know are trending in the negative direction. We're shifting the behavior path for kids, and we've done research and showed that it actually is sustained over life. So we've measured kids or surveyed children who were in Apple schools and elementary schools, but again in high schools to say, did those habits that they learned and changed in their early years at an Apple school, were they sustained? And the answer is yes, which is making a significant outcome, I think, to our societal gains. Did that answer that question?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to follow up, do you have any ambassadors that you've had that have gone through that are willing to come and say, here's a testimonial, here's a video, and here's how it changed my life, is kind of what I was looking for.
Yeah, great question. Last year we received funding through the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation, and we were seeking just that. And we've actually had a few students that we're calling Apple Schools alumni, ambassadors is a great word as well, that have come forward and saying, "Oh, we remember being part of an Apple School. It shaped how we've changed and how we live our lives now." We also have some colleagues who are teaching in the School of Public Health at the University of Alberta who now have students coming through the School of Public Health, 15 years later saying, "I remember being in an Apple School." We're still sharing with those students about this project now, and they can tell us and have shared their stories of the impact that it's had then and now in their teaching career.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for that question.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thank you so much, Jen and Carrie, for being here today and telling council a little bit more about what Apple Schools is up to, and yeah, educating us, because I think it's very valuable, the things that you're teaching kids about movement, nutrition, and healthy relationships and stuff like that. So I just need my questions around just me understanding the Apple program a little bit better. So you said it's about 1,600 students in Grande Prairie that you serve. Now, that's the entire school, or do you do it classroom by classroom, or is there specific kids that maybe apply for the program or recommended or referred to the program and you're like, yeah, we'll take them on?
Yeah.
How does it work?
Great question. Our project's a population level approach. So we know that every single kid in every single school community could benefit from programming that's around health promotion. So we're a health promotion population level, meaning that our programming, our activities aren't targeted to kids who we think or have been identified as needing it the most. It's for everyone to participate, but we look at it through an equitable lens. And the one thing that we do, so when we say 1,600 kids, it means it's the whole school community. Every child counts and gets to participate in what we do. But we know that traditionally programming in schools or communities are often tailored or fit those that will show up or maybe already do show up. So we spend a lot of time working with teachers, parents, students themselves to say who's not there, where are the kids that are not playing at recess, why are the kids that are not participating in intramurals as one example, why aren't they playing and what do they want to do, and then build the programming and help schools create programming that serves all children. So playing pool noodle hockey means everybody might join pool noodle hockey and everybody's equally as bad at it, but people can still participate in a hockey-like programming at lunchtime, if that makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense. And actually, I'm quite excited. I'm on that school tour. I saw a couple of us are, so I look forward to it being there on the 21st and seeing
Very cool.
exactly how it all works. And I don't know if this is your slogan, but it sounds like Apple programming a day keeps the health costs away.
Yeah, I like it. We're still working on not being associated with Apple Computer, so we'll take all the help we can get from marketing.
Worry about those trademarks.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Well, I was sharing last week at an event that this might shock council, but one of my children has fussy eating habits, which knowing their dad might surprise you. But now, thanks to Apple Schools, avocado toast and dragon fruit are regular asks for in my household. Two things that I never imagined that kid even ever trying. So,
Are you learning, though?
Yeah.
there isn't Apple Homes or Apple Council Chambers yet, and
I would say by you're speaking it now. I feel like you've been converted.
yeah. Well, honestly, a program like this probably would have helped me when I was a kid. I am curious, how is, in terms of talking about future sustainability and future growth in the community, how is community support going? How has it been getting local buy-in and local funding?
So that's part of the launch with the awareness campaign and a bit of engagement locally within communities. So we've been talking to a lot of different community members, stemming from school connections, stemming from business connections that we have. A lot of our current funding right now is situated within the oil and gas sector. So reaching out to those partners with regions in which we expand and how we overlap and where we serve. So those conversations are all happening in the background. Alongside of that, we know the importance of engaging community at a ground level. So we're looking at being more engaged here with what we can do, who we can talk to, Rotary presentations, chamber member. We're here to sustain and be a long-term partner with the Grande Prairie community. Yep.
Councillor Auger.
Thank you. Good presentation. My question is, I live just a block away from Forbes, and I get to see all the students out in the yard, and I see quite a diverse group of students at Forbes. Does your program kind of work with this group of diverse students?
Yeah, because we aren't a canned or a set path that's saying we have to do these set activities, we work really hard with schools to say, who is your school community? What are the students and families that make up? Who's part of the community that's here and what do they want to do? And that process is built over time. So it's not an action plan that says we're just going to do these activities and taste these foods and do these fitness fun circuits. We want to say, what do the kids here want to do? What do they want to experience more of? How can we get parents' voices, which is sometimes one of the most difficult areas to reach, but intentionally bring that in so that it can provide diverse activities, diverse taste tests, diverse foods to be part of everyday life. And we know that by nudging those habits every day as a part of your environment in school communities, we can see those changes over time.
Yeah, and I guess the second part was, do the students need a parental approval to be part of your program, or does it just happen?
Well, it does just happen, but it happens through partnering with the local school jurisdiction. So we partner with Grande Prairie Public and hire locally within, and then work carefully with the staff, the parent councils, the student groups within the school walls. So we really embed the program into what the school and how the school operates, which is why it's great if you can see it in action. Sometimes it's hard to explain what it looks and sounds like because every Apple school has similar elements, but they all bring it to life in a different way. And that way that they bring it to life changes over time as well, depending on who the principal is or how that student body is changing based on movement. So it looks and sounds different every day, but we say, when you walk into a school that's a French immersion school or a Catholic school, you get a sense of what that looks and feels and sounds like when you're in it. And we want to create school environments that you're in an Apple school. You'll see the messages on the walls. You'll see kids moving throughout the day in a variety of spaces and places and in a variety of ways. And we know that by doing that, we're reaching every school in that community or every kid in that community, not just those that may be selected for something.
Okay, thank you. I'll be there on the 21st.
Awesome.
Great.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, ladies, for the presentation. I love what you're doing. So, Jen, you mentioned 2007. Is that when Apple Schools started or started in Grande Prairie?
That's when Apple Schools started. So 2007, we started in Edmonton area in just 10 schools. So we decided, could we make it work? And now we're in over 100 schools.
Okay, so when did you come to Grande Prairie?
Just in 2024. So 2023, the conversation started, but we've been working with schools.
So nice and fresh. And you started with 4 schools immediately?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you looking to expand on that?
Yeah, our goal from the get-go was to reach 10 schools and maybe more, but we thought, 4 was a reasonable number to start with. We built that plan. It's what we did in Fort McMurray as well. I think we have 37 or 42, depending on which areas you include in the Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo region. We started in 4 there, knowing that if you can start small, build some buy-in and some excitement. Schools are very interconnected places, lots of transfers amongst staff and students and families. And if we can start with a small group and build some success, we know that it's worked for us in the past. So we want to reiterate that.
Yeah, thank you. And I can hear that excitement in your voice. It's contagious, so
thanks. I care a lot.
We'll have no one else in the queue with questions, so thanks for being here, ladies. Really appreciate the update, and thank you for the work you're doing in our community. I know some of my colleagues will be there on the 21st.
Wonderful.
I unfortunately am not able to attend, but I look forward to hear how it went and from my colleagues. So thanks so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm going to move on to item 6.2, Pisim Power, who I understand the delegation is online. Mr. Ukrenitz, and if I apologize for mispronouncing your name, but if you wanted to go ahead and take 5 minutes to present to council, and then as you just saw, there may be questions from my colleagues, and I will let you know as we go, but please introduce yourself and get started.
Okay, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dan Ukrenitz, and I'm the CFO of Pisim Power, First Nations-owned infrastructure and capital company based in Saskatoon. Maybe I'll share my screen here if that works and put my presentation up. Yeah, there we go. So our company, and I'll get it into presentation. There we go. So our company was founded in 2024 with a clear mandate, enabling Indigenous equity into large-scale infrastructure projects. So to that end, our company is currently developing a series of major projects with leading-edge industry partners. These include data centers, critical mineral mining projects, natural gas pipeline buildouts, and eventually into nuclear power development across Canada in a number of provinces. Our network is quite extensive across Canada and into the United States with Canadian First Nations and Native American tribes. This group continues to grow as our focus remains on Indigenous equity in projects and significant infrastructure advancement across Turtle Island. Our CEO and founding lead partner is a gentleman named Mr. Ken Thomas. Ken is a proud member of Pelican Lake First Nation in Saskatchewan. He has a long history of Indigenous economic development across the country, including serving an 11-year term as the chairman of Aboriginal Business Canada and as the chief negotiator for the very first Indigenous Gaming Framework Agreement some years ago. Today, I'm here to speak to you on a true nation building project that will affect the city of Grande Prairie. This is what we're seeking to be Indigenous-led and working with governments at all levels. Canada's port-to-port northern corridor, stretching from Prince Rupert, BC to Churchill, Manitoba. Prime Minister Carney, plus the Western Canadian premiers, have already provided significant support for enhanced development of a port at Churchill, Manitoba, while also upgrading the rail leading there. This has been done in collaboration with First Nations-owned company Arctic Gateway Group in Manitoba.
And Dan, sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to let you know that your slides haven't been advancing.
Oh, okay. Okay. I will see if I can bring that back up. Can you see that now?
You bet. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. This is the main slide anyway. So our company is focusing our efforts in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC to feed both coasts. We're looking for extensive advancement of rail and other infrastructure out of Alberta into Saskatchewan and up to Manitoba, and then also into the Prince Rupert area in BC. We have become engaged with CN Rail for the last number of months, and I'm actually traveling there in 2 weeks to meet with them again in Montreal regarding the possibility of partnership with our company and our Indigenous partners. This isn't, however, just a rail project. This will be more than that. It'll be multimodal, made up of segregated multi-product pipelines, fiber optic cabling, green energy and hydrogen development, refineries, and other ancillary infrastructure done in phases in each province. Obviously, we're going to be focusing heavily on the natural gas industry and the oil industry, as well as the mining industry, forestry, agriculture, and manufacturing. But most importantly, we want to place a high priority for all this to be led financially by Indigenous communities. In taking the route we propose, we expect there to be a group of 60 to 100 First Nations that would be just within 25 kilometers of this corridor. Each of these nations should and will be aligned in everything being built and developed. Our company has already put together large global infrastructure dollars into projects like this, and as I mentioned in the previous slide, the work that we're doing already in the pipeline industry, in the mining industry, and other sectors proves that out. But what brings me today is we are seeking an official letter of support from communities across Western Canada. On the First Nations side, we're working closely with Treaty 8 First Nations of Alberta, led by Grand Chief Trevor Mercredi, and he has expressed interest for Treaty 8 Alberta First Nations to be the anchor group for this project. We'll be inviting Treaty 8 nations in BC, Treaty 6 in Alberta and Saskatchewan, and Treaty 5 in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, as well as unceded territory in BC, Métis federations, and communities to all make this a reality. We now are moving into an area where we're going to be having over 60 municipalities giving us letters of support to showcase to First Nations and Métis communities the ability to create future partnerships through Canada's north. So our ask today is for the City of Grande Prairie to be added to this list by having First Nations, Métis groups, cities, towns, villages, municipal districts, provincial governments, the federal government, and industry as well, all working together. We can get this major project completed.
Great. Well, thank you for your presentation. Really appreciate that. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions, and we'll start I'll recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, Mr. Ukrainitz. This is highly ambitious, and I love it, and I love what you're doing. With rail, I'm just kind of curious, what percentage would be new rail and what might be twinning of existing rail?
Yeah, and with the phase approach, we would be doing the existing where there would be advancements, but a lot of it actually will be historic rail that CN Rail pulled up years ago. And obviously, one of the main ones will be into Dawson Creek along the highway there. Bringing that back online will be a key part to this. Not much, especially on the Alberta side. Outside of there's a potential that we're looking at developing new rail into Fox Creek. And there has been conversations with a lot of rail groups that we've spoken with as making that a priority. Additionally, there would be some in BC and Saskatchewan where it would be rail, but the main focus of it is actually having our First Nations communities and our consortium of nations purchasing the right-of-way from CN Rail on a historic right-of-way that's been abandoned, bringing that back online, and then also creating other ways for Indigenous jobs in this sector. And one of those include actually the ability to create an Indigenous rail car manufacturing and leasing company. And so there's a lot of spin-off opportunities. And so, as I mentioned, the Chiefs and Treaty 8 are very excited about this and want to be at the leading edge of everything.
Yeah, thanks. You read my question without me actually stating it. Just kind of curious about the rail through that Fox Creek corridor because that's where the lines seem to lend itself. Is there anything that you could tell us, projects to date, that you guys have completed or accomplished?
Yeah, so our biggest area that we're actually working on right now is early stage development in the mining sector. And what we're actually working with right now is a number of mining companies across Canada, and many of those being in Saskatchewan, obviously where we're from. And what we're doing is actually financing into early stage mining projects. And we've had some really good successes on moving that forward. And ultimately, our company, Pisim Power, is a Cree word, Pisim meaning sun. Our history with our company was actually in the nuclear power sector, and we're working on the development of the nuclear power Indigenous positions, and you can see information on that on other provinces. Obviously, a lot of people will know those, but just on a confidential basis, we are working in other provinces of the Indigenous position into nuclear power as well.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Again, this is very ambitious, and I wish you success.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I don't have anyone else in the queue. Just so you're aware, we deal with delegation business at the end of our meeting. Your request today is for a letter of support. I know I also represent another group called the Community Rail Advocacy Alliance, and we've recently submitted a letter of support. I understand our county colleagues have, County of Grande Prairie colleagues have also sent in a letter of support. So we will have that discussion following the rest of our agenda later on today. So thank you so much for your presentation and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Moving on to the rest of today's agenda under committee business, item number 8.1, the Financial and Administrative Services Committee meeting held on May 5th. I will turn this one over to Councillor Bressie for introduction.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move the council adopt the minutes of the Financial Administrative Services Committee meeting held May 5 as presented.
Thanks for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call a question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. You had a couple items of business today, Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you. For this first item of business, I believe administration might have a presentation on it, but also Councillor Palotz agreed to make this motion because I prefer not to.
Okay. I'll turn that one over to CFO Whiteway.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I do have a brief presentation. If I could share it. Thank you. Okay, so Property Tax Bylaw C-1493 was presented to the Financial and Administrative Services Committee last Tuesday, May 5th. At committee's request, administration's prepared a few short slides. These will summarize just a few discussion items that were had at committee and provide some more information related to property taxes and budget 2026. So Budget 2026 required a municipal property tax increase of 4.34%. This was to balance the budget. Within this was 1.92% supporting the accelerated transition to the Grande Prairie Police Service, as well as 2.42% to support city operations. Most notably, the opening of the Multi-Sport Dome and the Public Safety Communications Center, as well as contractual and inflationary costs. Over the past 10 years, the City of Grande Prairie has seen a cumulative increase of 12% in the total property tax levy. Not only has this supported revenue and expense, both contractual and inflationary pressures, but has also helped fund expanded services, such as the Aquaterra Outdoor Pool, Kiera Place, skate and bike parks, enhanced events, and more. Over the same 10-year period, Alberta cumulative inflation was 28%. Additionally, municipalities in Alberta are required to levy a portion of the tax on behalf of the provincial government. In 2026, the Alberta government increased its portion of property tax by 15% province-wide. This impacted Grande Prairie around 6.7% of an increase on the total levy. This is approximately 40% of the total increase on an average resident for the 2026 year. At committee's request, administration has compiled a chart comparing multiple Alberta mid to large size municipalities' annual tax increases. You will see that in the last 10 years, the City of Grande Prairie has stayed significantly below others in the province at a total of 12%. For 2026, Grande Prairie falls around the average of comparable municipalities. The average for all comparators for 2026 was 4.2%. And finally, a visual tying the presented information together and comparing inflation to the city's tax rate change and the tax rate changes of other comparator municipalities. What you see here is that in almost all years, the tax rate increases were predominantly less than inflation, as well as the average of other comparable municipalities. And that does complete the information requested to be presented today. Thanks, Mayor Clayton.
Great. Thanks for your presentation, Ms. Whiteway. Councillor Bressie, did you have more before I turn this over to Councillor Plott in the queue? Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would just move that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1493, being the 2026 tax bylaw, which provides for an equal 4.34% tax increase to residential and non-residential properties.
All right. So that motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1493, being the 2026 Property Tax Bylaw, which provides for an equal 4.34% tax increase to residential and non-residential properties. And just
sorry, go ahead.
Just to speak to that a little bit, we did get some options in our packages, and although I kind of see where probably Councillor Bressie's wanting to go with this, I'm comfortable with this year. I just feel we haven't signaled the community enough to change it this year. Definitely like the option, though, that administration brought forward and got my head thinking about maybe that is a way that we could look at going in the future. So I'm happy to leave that motion.
All right. Thanks for your motion, Councillor Plott. Recognize Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I was happy to vote for first reading, so this certainly should be debated, but I'll be voting no second reading, and I'd encourage my colleagues to do the same thing. Speak to this. This option will provide equal municipal tax increases to residential and non-residential properties. But of course, we know that municipal taxes are only about 70% of the story. The province also does levy property taxes. And when we count in provincial property tax with this, we'd be looking at a 5.81% increase for residential properties, much higher than the 4.3% that a lot of people are thinking about. And we'd only see a 3.2% increase for non-residential properties, actually lower than the about 4.3% that people were planning for. So I think that we should defeat this particular bylaw and then instead pass readings of option 2, which would equalize the entire tax bill between residential and non-residential. So both residential and non-residential properties would see a 4.69% increase, just a little bit above the 4.3% that people are thinking about. And to speak to that, I really do think that predictability is important. I think asking residents to pay almost 1.5% more than they were thinking they might be facing after you factor in provincial taxes hurts them. And I do get why there's always an inclination why we often treat municipal and provincial property taxes different. That being said, residents, they only see the bottom line of that bill. That's the impact to their wallets is all in. And I really do think that we should be asking both residents and businesses to equally share the all-in impact that our community is facing to fund not just municipal services, but also provincial services this year. So I hope the council will defeat this bylaw so that we can instead give readings to a bylaw that it will implement option 2.
Great, thanks for that. Conversation. Happy to have further conversation. I had a question for administration based on Councillor Bressy's comments. Ms. Whiteway, option 1 was recommended because traditionally that's how we do it, or was there any other input on that decision to put forward option 1 to council?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. The recommendation was really because historically that's how we have done the property tax bylaw. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making some notes. Councillor Platt.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I agree with a lot of the comments Councillor Bressy made. I guess for me, if we're going to make this change, I would like to have signaled it earlier. We could do that at budget, we can do that at times, but I know we're trying to equalize this, but everybody's struggling right now. I just don't think this is fair to the business community to just switch this because we want to change it now. Appreciate the option, but I do think that we should just stick with status quo for this year. If we want to have debates about how we could adjust mill rates for both commercial and residential moving forward, fine with that conversation. But for now, I think we should just stick with the recommendation of the package.
Okay. Councillor Bressy, go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies to the chair. I might have jumped ahead myself. I should have asked a question of administration before I kicked off debate. Today's my first day back on vacation. Usually I read the agenda packet on Friday and would have asked this, but so my apologies to the chair and admin. I was reading close to the packet. I'm assuming you probably don't actually want council to defeat this.
Exactly.
If we
I
go
was
with
about to
option
tell
2,
you
so
that
should
we
be making
prefer
an
you to
amending
try to
motion.
amend it. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I would like to move that council amend the bylaw to reflect option 2.
Okay.
And just speak to that. I won't give my whole preamble again, speak to that, but just speak what I just heard from Councillor Platt. I don't think until last Tuesday the business community was expecting a 3.2% all-in tax increase. I think that they were expecting the 4.3% municipal increase that we had signaled, and then a higher increase for that in terms of because they assumed that provincial taxes were going to go up for them as well. So I think that the 4.69% increase that I'm proposing would actually still be slightly below what most businesses were expecting coming out of our budget deliberations last November. So I hope that council will support this amendment.
All right, so Councillor Bressy's amendment is in order. Let's have a discussion and debate on the amendment. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm very, very much on the fence on this, so I'll need some convincing one way or another. But question for Councillor Bressley with this. Do you feel that we're making this adjustment, or you're suggesting this adjustment, in many ways we're masking provincial government tax increases?
Councillor Bressy.
I'd actually suggest quite the opposite in terms of we're making sure that our entire community is aware of provincial tax increases instead of just residents being aware of that. And I'd argue that we really do need the business community to be fully engaged in conversations about how best to fund local infrastructure and services, including schools. And this is one way to make sure that everybody's experiencing the cost of services in this community.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question for administration. Ms. Whiteway, remind me of the deadline for first payment. I know comes out end of June. When would council need to have this decision? If there was an appetite for council to get a bit more conversation around this or to table this motion, when is the deadline for this to be passed?
With mail time, our preference is today. Otherwise, we would have to call a special council within the next day or two.
Okay.
We want to mail out on the 20th is our preference. And so to have everything printed and in order for mail on the 20th, it would need to be approved today.
Okay. So to my colleagues, and sorry, I have one more since no one else is in the queue. Do you have any, do you or Mr. Smith have any numbers that can relate to impacts? We talk about in the staff report in regards to the average household being about $253 per month. If option 2 is supported by council, what would the impact approximately be to business? And if you want more time, I'm happy to postpone this conversation till the evening session, knowing that we do want it done today. But I'll leave it up to you if you do have that information readily accessible.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. It's in the report from, so in terms of impact, on a non-residential, sorry. Yeah, so I'll show you to Schedule B, the alternative bottom section. So it would be just shy of $1,000 annually. 900 and change is the difference there on a non-residential, average non-residential. And I will say that an average on our non-residential is a little harder to calculate than it would be on a residential. But that's what we've put together.
So the impact of option 2 versus option 1?
And the other option is exactly about $1,000. So you're less than $100 on a average commercial property between the two options.
Okay. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. As I'm looking back on this slide for Schedule B, I just do want to point out to, again, I'm not in theory against this. I just don't like messaging it today when we haven't done this in the past. Homes prices in Grande Prairie have been going up and they continue to go up, and I appreciate we don't charge on that. We adjust mill rates. Commercial properties have been flat, and in our report, they've actually shown they went down. So in essence, we're going to charge more than double the tax on the non-commercial when they've been flat, when house prices have went up, and all we're doing is going from 2.9 to 4.3. So I don't, in theory, dislike this. I think if we're going to tax them, house prices have went up. It's a little bit easier to bear a price increase on a tax increase when your houses went up in value, I feel. Well, my commercial properties have been leveled, and that's mostly people in Grande Prairie, they've been level or down. To ask them to take the more burdensome approach, and to Councillor Bressi, it isn't equal. It's 2.92 on the municipal tax for option Schedule B for the houses and 6.17 for the non-residential to average it out. So it's a pretty big jump for the businesses. It is a little bit smaller jump for the residential. Again, though, that's what we've already messaged. So I'm just struggling with switching the messaging midstream on how we've traditionally done this.
A question for Councillor Plott. Clarify what you mean. I mean, the average house price has gone up, so therefore assessments have gone up in many neighborhoods. Therefore, their tax bill is already more based on assessment. Well, not everybody's, but many people that I'm hearing from have seen tax increase based on assessment. So what you're suggesting is that that this would reduce their bill. It wouldn't reduce their bill that much.
No, I'm just going off of, if I understand correctly, an assessment value doesn't necessarily change the tax.
No.
But having said that, if an average house has went up by $28,000, yeah, you don't want to see your taxes go up, but your value of your property has actually went up, where commercial has been flat.
Thank you. Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Plott. It's just that it's like coming coming a little late in the game so that we want predictability for our businesses, and that we've had a flat industry for the last number of years. And I think right now, if you want to change it for next year, fine, I'll be part of that conversation. But I think right now it would be a surprise for businesses who have had a flat. And so I think leave it the way it is. I will not be supporting this motion.
Councillor Thiessen.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to concur with Councillor O'Connor and Councillor Plott. This is just coming right out of the gates, and I don't think that's fair to our business community, which are big drivers to why we have business in the city of Grande Prairie, and a good draw for people to come to, not only for work, but then to use their hard-earned paycheck and to pay that off. I think something like this, if we're going to develop a new tax structure or a tax option that council can deliberate and debate on, I think we need some public engagement. I don't want to do this just off a whim and send it out there, and then all of our business owners go, well, what? Later, and then next thing you know, we have some of our bigger businesses saying, actually, this hit me a lot harder than the $4 a month that would have hit the average residential homeowner that this tax increase costs. So for all those reasons, I mean, we always talk about being transparent and communicating our intent. I think if we want to be transparent and communicate our intent, we need to include the time with it as well, and that's just being responsible leaders in this community. So I would support the tax rate as proposed, not the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor O'Toole.
I agree. I don't support the amendment, but I do support the initial motion. And for all the reasons that were brought up, everybody had a good point, and I happen to agree with them all. So that's my reasons.
Great. Thanks for that. Councillor Bressie to close.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And I got to say, Mayor Clayton, I'm confused about what our colleagues have been communicating, how they're all of a sudden communicating taxes in a very different way than I've seen council intentionally communicate taxes for my entire 8 years here, and how we've always worked really hard to define taxes in this community. When we've talked about changes, we've talked about the average amount change that people will be seeing, not the average mill rate change they'll be seeing. That's been a very intentional strategy we've had for two reasons. A, because honestly, assessments are lower here than they are in other communities, and that often makes mill rate comparisons to other communities kind of irrelevant. And also because how much your property value changes doesn't really change how much it costs for us to buy a fire truck or hire a lifeguard. It also has no bearing on your actual ability to pay. I heard one of our colleagues, Mayor Clayton, say that residents have seen their house prices go up in value, so they can expect to pay more. Well, I'd suggest that a senior on a fixed income or a family that hasn't seen a raise this year doesn't have an ability to pay more just because they've seen their house go up. I also would say, going back to what we message, we've always been very careful to message based around amounts, not rates. And since last budget deliberations, we've been messaging, well, municipal 4.3% increase and some provincial on top of that. So the 4.69% increase that I'm suggesting for businesses is right in line with what we've been messaging since November. The only alternative message I've seen is coming out of last Tuesday. And folks, I don't think very many people actually watch our Tuesday morning committee meetings. So I would argue that what I'm suggesting is actually most in line with what we've been messaging. And it gives us the most ability in the long term to keep business taxes in line with inflation and keep them steady, which has always been a priority of this council. So I would encourage you to continue going along what we've always talked about, which is focusing on the amount more than the rate. And I'd encourage you to really think about those residents that are on fixed incomes, or even in many cases decreased incomes, and asking them to see a 4.69% increase overall is a lot more palatable to me than a 6.17% increase. So I hope the council will support this amendment.
Great. Thanks for your close, Councillor Bressie. I'll call the question on the amendment. And that is defeated 6-3. I now go to the second reading of the motion as amended. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. You win some, you lose some, and while I wish that amendment would have passed, at the end of the day, nobody likes collecting property taxes. They are the reality, and so even though before I said I was going to vote against it, that was to get option 2 there. Now that I've lost that battle, happy to move on because we do need to get these tax notices out and let people know today what they can expect to pay. So I do hope that we'll pass this now.
Great, thanks for your comments. I would also say that I remind people of this 4.3% increase. Part of it, significant part of it at 2.42 being city services, additional, not only just the increase of simply operating our city, but the addition of a dome and other services as mentioned by the CFO. But a big part of the 4.34 being 1.92, because we have been faced with an opportunity to fast track our transition of policing. And so if you recall, and I've had a few comments from residents about the fact that council spoke in regards to the transition that it wouldn't cost more to have the GPPS. The reality is the service to date isn't costing more. What's costing us more is that because we are 2 years ahead of schedule, there were costs that would have been incurred over a longer period of time, how now have been brought forward that we are having to implement and cost recover those earlier than anticipated. So I don't see anyone else in the queue. I'm going to call the question on second reading. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd make a motion that council have third reading of Bylaw C-1493 at this meeting.
Thanks for that. That motion is in order. In order for us to have third reading here tonight, this must pass unanimously. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question on having third reading. That carries unanimously. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I make a motion that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1493, being the 2026 Property Tax Bylaw, which provides for an equal 4.34% tax increase to residential and non-residential properties.
Thanks for that, Councillor Plott. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on third reading. And that too carries unanimously. Councillor Bressie, item 8.1.2.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. And again, thank you, Councillor Plott, for making that last motion on my behalf. But I would move that council approve the procurement of a qualified consultant to develop a comprehensive long-term financial plan for the City of Grande Prairie. Approve a project budget of up to $200,000 funded equally through $100,000 from NRED program grant and $100,000 from the City of Grande Prairie operating budget. Direct administration to proceed with the project in accordance with the outlined scope, timeline, procurement process, and receive the completed LTFP report and implementation roadmap for future decision-making and integration into corporate planning processes. And just to speak to this, we've got really good long-term plans for some of our harder infrastructure that such as roads and storm network. Also, Aquaterra has some great plans for our water pipes. So those really basic infrastructure projects, we know how roughly at what population points or what times we're going to have to make some major investments and how we're paying for them. What we don't have is a great roadmap for recreation culture funding. We know eventually if we keep on growing, we'll probably need to build another pool, some more ice rinks, maybe a third cricket pitch, whatever the case may be. But we don't have a great roadmap yet of at what trigger points do we think we need to build those pieces of infrastructure and about how much are they going to cost and how can we pay for them without massive tax increases at the time. So this work really would give us the information we need to have that good long-term plan on a recreation culture infrastructure of how are we going to fund it in the long term to give this community the quality of life and the economic competitiveness that our residents need.
Great. Thanks for that motion, Councillor Bressie. And I'll open up the queue, recognizing Councillor Plott.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Clayton.
Okay. Councillor O'Connor.
I am very thankful that this plan has been brought forward. I think it's long overdue. We haven't put a plan in place that lets us know where we're going to be in 20 years. And I think if we just wait to the last minute and now all of a sudden we'll have a huge increase in taxes. And I don't want to see that. I want us to slowly put this plan in place, be thoughtful, engage with the community and find out what the real needs are. And there may be some short-term wins that we can make, whether or not it's skating rinks or because we're short of ice services, but we have to look into the future and you can't do it without a plan. As I said the other day at committee, is that if you don't have a plan, you plan to fail. And I think it's very important that we look ahead and we have a vision that our community can look to. So I think this is important. It's not saying we're going to go out and do everything right now, but we need to make sure we engage with our community and bring their thoughts forward so we pick the right projects and start putting the money away for it. So I'm in total support of this strategy.
Thanks, Councillor O'Connor. While I do support this initiative, I just want to remind my colleagues that this consultant will bring forward a report that is a comprehensive long-term financial plan for the 20 to 30-year plan. This is not building hockey rinks in 5 years. This is 20 to 30 years from now. It's a valuable document as we are planning for infrastructure and financial strategies, but it's really not something we're going to see in this term or even the next term for those who are there at that time. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question on this motion. And that carries unanimously. Next, Councillor Bressie, any highlights from your meeting?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. As I scroll around, so as always, we always get a direct service area upgrade. I think that, so speaking of taxes, we've got business improvement area notices are going out May 13th, so something for our downtown businesses to be aware of. And the last thing I'll highlight is right now we've got property inspections starting for the year. So every year we seek to inspect about 20% of properties to see what's going on with them, see how should they be assessed fairly. And I just want to remind our community as we're doing this work that we don't actually collect more money because of property assessments. Property assessments impact how money's split up, not how much we collect overall. And having an accurate view of people's property really does help do that work. And I would point out that it can swing both ways. I know I had a city inspector come through one year and realize, oh, my basement wasn't actually quite as finished as previous inspectors had thought it was, because the previous owner had pulled out a bunch of drywall. And it actually started to help me save money once when it happened to me. The other time it made absolutely no change whatsoever. So I really would encourage people to cooperate with this process. But even more than that, we've got some young people that do this, and I hope that they all get treated with respect while they're out and doing that important work.
Thanks for that, Councillor Bressie. Moving to item 8.2, the Investment Strategy Committee meeting held on May 5th. I'll turn this one over to Councillor Berg for introduction.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move Council adopt the minutes of the Investment and Strategy Committee meeting held May 5th as presented.
Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on that motion. And that carries unanimously. No business arising from that. So any highlights for your meeting, Councillor Berg?
Yeah, just let me try to pull it up here. Well, the big exciting thing is we welcomed Chief Brent Cossey, our new chief for investment and strategy. So welcome to Grande Prairie. Again, he's no stranger to us or even the council chambers, having in the past worked as a consultant for the city. So we're happy to have you, Brent. Some of the highlights, we had the Canadian Wrestling Championships. They were a huge success here in the city. 950 participants, 1,300 tickets sold, estimated economic value of $2 million. Peace Region Energy Show will run this Wednesday and Thursday, May 13th and 14th at Evergreen Park. The event is free to attend, has over 400 exhibitors, and every 2 weeks, or every 2 years, the event runs. In communications, last week was Emergency Preparedness Week, and I don't think it's a coincidence that that's kind of the kickoff to our wildfire season here in northern Alberta. And with that, there are fire restrictions within the city and the county right now. If you're wanting updates on those, you can go to the City of Grande Prairie's website, City of Grande Prairie .firebans. And last week was Economic Development Week. And in Ledge Services, administration attended the annual Alberta Municipal Clerks Conference to learn about how new provincial legislative changes and emerging best practices may impact the city. So we're always on top of things.
Perfect. Thanks for that overview, Councillor Berg. I'm going to move to item 8.3, the Operational Services Committee meeting held on May 5th, and turn this one over to Councillor Thiessen for introduction.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council adopt the minutes of the Operational Services Committee meeting held May 5th, Cinco de Mayo, as presented.
Thanks for that. That motion is in order. Seeing none in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. Councillor Plott, how do you vote?
Come up in favor.
There we go. Thanks for that. That carries unanimously. One item of business today, Councillor Thiessen.
Certainly, Mayor Clayton. To that, we are talking about Bylaw C-1495, the 2026 Special Recreational Services Tax Levy in Pinnacle Ridge. And to that, I would move that Council give first reading to Bylaw C-1495, being the 2026 Special Recreational Services Tax Levy in Pinnacle Ridge Bylaw.
Thanks for that. That motion is in order. No discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question.
Plot in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1495, being the 2026 Special Recreational Services Tax Levy in Pinnacle Ridge Bylaw. Just speaking to this motion, this is sort of an annual piece of business that the city undertakes in regards to the asset that is the water fountain that is just outside the entrance of the Pinnacle Ridge neighborhood. This was voted on by Pinnacle Ridge neighborhood residents as we sent surveyors out there to collect the signatures. I guess they did, the neighborhood association did, when the city years ago was going to remove this structure. Currently right now we have a healthy reserve amount, but that reserve amount is meant to replace any parts, any unforeseen expenses with the water pump, maybe even, as it was discussed on committee meeting, expanding the water pump, and also potentially for, if the neighborhood one day decides they no longer want that water fountain, a decommissioning of the entire site. So I would encourage council to vote for this as the neighborhood did themselves. Thanks.
Thanks for it, Councillor Thiessen. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question on second reading. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move to have third reading at this meeting.
That motion is in order, and in order for us to have third reading here tonight, this must pass unanimously. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on third reading of Bylaw C-1495 at this meeting. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Just to finish off, I would move that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1495, being the 2026 Special Recreational Services Tax Levy at Pinnacle Ridge Bylaw.
Thanks for that motion. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on third reading. And that carries unanimously. Any highlights from your meeting, Councillor Thiessen?
Certainly, Mayor Clayton. Spring cleanup continues along arterial roads. Center medians and islands have all been swept up and taken care of by our hardworking city crews. The downtown area has had one round of sweeping so far, and the grass boulevards are approximately 40% complete. For anyone who has any gravel or debris left in their neighborhoods, neighborhood sweeping will begin in the first week of June for priority 2 sweeping areas. Also, administration continues to focus on litter cleanup throughout the city. Motorists are encouraged to slow down when approaching crews, working alongside boulevards, safety first for everybody there. And Earth Day 2026 was a huge success. I think we logged in over 1,000 people there, and then another 1,000 for this past weekend's GP Grows event, which was pretty super spectacular. And that is my report. Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Moving on to the rest of today's agenda, under item number 9, there is no correspondence, but moving to item number 10, or delegation business. 2 delegations here today, first being Apple Schools, second one being Pisim Power. I'll look to any business that may be arising. Recognize Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll do 2 if you want. For 10.1 Apple Schools, just accept that for information.
So a motion to receive the Apple Schools delegation presentation for information. Seeing no one else in the queue with discussion or debate on that, I'll call the question.
So late. In favor. It's so late.
That carries unanimously, and Councillor Berg, I'll actually have someone else in the queue, so I'll go to Councillor Thiessen for the next one.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that we receive the presentation for information.
So that motion is fair. There was a request from the delegation to ask for a letter of support. If your intent's just to receive it for information.
That is my intention.
Okay, so that motion is in order. Happy to have discussion, debate on that motion. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, I won't be supporting this. I want to support them in their initiative, so I'll be voting against and propose a motion to write a letter.
Okay. Seeing no one else in the queue, Councillor Thiessen.
I guess, as somebody who's constantly, for most of his life, supported the Indigenous plight, I think for me, I don't know if I feel comfortable just in my own skin to ask the mayor to write a letter of support. It's rare that I do this. But when we're talking about the things that were offered, we're talking about developing critical mineral resources, we're talking about developing rail, and we're talking about nuclear power. Now, having lots of discussions with lots of Indigenous communities through Mighty Peace Watershed Alliance and throughout the years, I can tell you for a fact that a bone of contention with a lot of Indigenous people is the development of critical mineral resources, not only being held out of the profits of it, but tearing up their land, destroying their watersheds, and impacting their communities negatively. So for those reasons, as much as I feel like a letter being written is an easy thing to do, I'm not sure that the uptake necessarily will be there without a lot of pushback too, because talking with just the simple Peace River nuclear power plant project, we're not getting a lot of uptake from our First Nations populations over there. So, I think it's a great idea to have it there. I definitely want our Indigenous people to have a share of the resources and the economy as well. But I just think that in this round of public engagement, there's a lot of barriers to that. And I'm not entirely certain that you're going to get 100% buy-in. And regardless of the letter that we write, I don't know if that's going to sway anybody. So for those reasons, I can't support making the mayor write a letter on this behalf. Thank you.
All right. Councillor O'Connor.
I
didn't say it was too close, sorry.
Yeah. I would disagree with you, Councillor Thiessen. I think it's important that when an Indigenous group and company comes to us and looks at trying to unify our Indigenous population across, 4 provinces, I think is a key statement and something to be able to support. If we don't have the Indigenous people on our side, how do we get to reconciliation? So I think we need to support this group and their initiatives, and I would recommend that we do send a letter of support. We don't know what the picture is going to look like, but at least make an attempt to allow them to work with other Indigenous groups across this country. Thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'm struggling a little bit with the letter myself as well, and I guess my question to admin is, are we doing anything wrong by signaling writing a letter to this? And I'm not saying that we shouldn't support them. I don't know much about this organization other than the 4 minutes I just spoke. I don't know if they're credible within that world. Like, I don't know a lot about the organization. So that's where my struggle is. Appreciated getting the awareness of it. I'm struggling with giving an endorsement letter to somebody I just don't know a whole bunch about. And so I guess I'll look, maybe it's a question for administration. Is there any risk or harm in us putting a letter out like this out if we don't feel comfortable? And I'm not saying we're not comfortable with the organization. For me, that's a big ask when I don't know a lot about them.
I'll go to Mr. Burke in a minute. I will comment, though, that the letter of support is not endorsing the organization. The letters of support would be to express for support for a development of a Northern Economic Corridor. And so two other organizations that I know of in particular have written letters of support, not saying we support this company's project, just that we support the bigger picture of a Northern Economic Corridor, and that includes potential opportunities in multiple sectors of industry, and it's the idea and principle of that Northern Economic Corridor.
And if that's the case, I'm okay with that. I got a little bit of a vibe that it was a support letter for the organization when it was presenting as well. And maybe that was just a bad vibe on my part. But if the essence is that we want to support economic, 100% behind that, and if we're not putting the organization at risk, that was my concern on it.
Mr. Burke?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd say the risk is minimal, and the letter is whatever council would like to be in the letter. So if it is for the idea of a corridor, then that is what the letter can be. I would say also that no, we haven't done extensive review of this organization. This is the first that's been brought to our attention. But with that, the risk is minimal, and the letter is in our control.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. And if this helps, when I make my motion, if I get the opportunity, it would be a letter of support around their rail initiative, signaling again to what you had mentioned earlier, Mayor Clayton, where CRA, the rail group, you've already written a letter. So it would be along the lines of supporting the rail initiative. It wouldn't be supporting mining. It wouldn't be supporting nuclear. At this point, they came to us for the rail initiative and developing that economic corridor. So that's where my support lies.
Councillor O'Toole.
Yes, I was very concerned, and I had the same concerns that Councillor Palat had. I thank you for your getting in and expressing how you were going to write that letter, and I will support this motion based on the information that we just gave out.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor O'Toole. And as Mr. Burke said, I will take direction from council with the tone and the intent of the letter. So that's definitely a conversation for here. Councillor Bressie.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Appreciate I had some of the similar concerns. I will be voting in favor of this motion, but that doesn't mean I'm against supporting a subsequent motion for a letter too, and I hope that motion does get to the table so we can vote on that as well, should this motion pass. For me, I would point out that I'm very comfortable supporting the idea of a northern corridor. I think that aligns with other advocacy we have. It's just clearly needed. It's such a important part of even national defense these days to have that, never mind our own economic prosperity. I would highlight, though, that I also think this company is asking, if I'm reading their delegation form closely, not to necessarily support their project in particular, but to endorse the idea of development be Indigenous-led, which is just another ask that I think deserves consideration. I don't know if I support that or not. I certainly support strong Indigenous consultation and very strong Indigenous folks should be at the table. Does it have to only be by companies that are Indigenous-led? I don't know, but I just do want to highlight that is the other ask. It's not just the Northern Corridor side that's an ask here.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'm in support of this. However, it's a picky little point, but as far as I know, Fort St. John is north of Dawson Creek and not right near Prince George. So it's a small point, but also the Indigenous communities that are up there should be mentioned in this area because I think it's a different treaty area, if I'm not correct. I'd like to make sure that that is made clear, that Fort St. John is on the map, shows it west and near Prince George and not north of Dawson Creek. So small correction, picky little point, but sorry, make your map correct.
Councillor Auger.
Thank you, Mayor. It's quite interesting. I really appreciate the comments that Mike made about really ensuring that this whole process includes all the Indigenous right across the 4 provinces. And I do know that the rail to Hudson Bay is very important for all of Western Canada. And I do know my cousin Wap Canoe is also very supportive of including or developing the rail line north of Hudson Bay. The little town of Hudson Bay. I lived there for 12 years, and that rail line north was very important to them. But right across Saskatchewan, trying to get product to Hudson Bay and out to the European countries. But overall, when I think about the whole project that he talked about, I think there's a lot of value to developing as many different industries as he suggested right across Western Canada. And so for me, I would be in support of this project and sending a letter to whomever. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Auger. I just will say to Councillor Bressy, although that's the request, the letter can be addressed however we want. The other comment I was going to say, if I recall correctly, Councillor O'Connor, on the map was Fort St. James, not Fort St. John. And Fort St. James is, no.
No, that's in Manitoba, Fort St. James there. No.
Fort St. James is west of Prince George. So there is a motion on the table, Councillor Thiessen, to close.
Well, I don't want to reiterate myself, but I might as well. All the points have been made and said. Yeah, I implore everybody to vote whatever way you think is the best way for our mayor to write this letter going forward. Again, I'll just speak not on behalf of the Indigenous populations, but the things that we're talking about besides rail and the development of those critical mineral resources, the damage to watersheds, the impact on local communities and ecosystems, as well as the proliferation of nuclear power are not things that I believe our First Nations people are down with supporting. This project would essentially build the rail to supply all those things after we dug up the ground and used the water to cool the nuclear power and all that other stuff. So by all means, let's do it. But I don't know how fruitful this is going to be. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that. I'll call the question on Councillor Thiessen's motion. And that is carried 6-3. Moving along, so there will be no letter of support written based on that motion. I will now move to Councillor Bressy.
Yeah, sorry. Can we make a follow-up motion?
Go for it.
Yeah. Do you want the honor, Councillor Berg? We're just both looking across.
Okay.
Councillor Berg.
All right. So my follow-up motion, if I may, although the idea was just defeated, but I would recommend Council direct the Mayor to write a letter of support for Pisim Power and their Indigenous-based rail initiative developing an economic corridor. And just to speak to this, as he mentioned, it will employ Indigenous people. It will build Indigenous pride, Indigenous investment, and an opportunity for the Indigenous peoples to reinvest in Canada in ways that maybe they haven't in the past. From a local standpoint, I love the idea of potentially doubling the rail out of the region because we do have strong forestry, agriculture, and oil and gas. And I think the more opportunity that we have to get our products here in the region to port only enhances the region. And so now whether it's this initiative or another one, I just want to signal to industry that we're open for business and that we support expansion.
All right, so your motion is in order. I just have a question in regards to your motion. Your motion as worded would be support for Pisim Power in regards to Indigenous-based rail initiative.
Yes.
If you would like the letter to be more of a larger sort of scope in regards to supporting a northern corridor, or is your intent to only support Indigenous-based.
No. After rail initiative and developing an economic corridor.
Okay.
If you want to add the word northern in there, I'm open to that too.
Yeah, it's in there. It's more the Indigenous-based piece that I'm questioning. Is this a letter of support in support of a northern economic corridor, or is it in support of this Indigenous-based northern economic corridor?
I personally would prefer it to mention the Indigenous base.
Okay. And specific to Pisim, or
it
it's
doesn't have to
Pisim.
be.
Sorry, it's
Pisim. Thank you. We can remove that. I think so long as they see that letter of support, it doesn't have to mention their name.
Okay, so the motion would be council direct the mayor to write a letter of support for an Indigenous-led Canadian Northern Economic Corridor project.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I see there's 2 in there.
Yeah, so we're just wait. There we go. So number 3, sorry. Council direct the mayor to write a letter of support for an Indigenous-based, should be Indigenous-led, rail initiative economic corridor project. Good? Councillor Berg?
Am I reading 2 or 3 here?
3.
Number 3? Yeah, I like 3.
3? You're good with number 3? All right, so number 3 in your e-scribe is the motion Councillor Berg is putting forward, opportunity for discussion or debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question on the motion. And that carries 8-1. There are no notices of motion today, and I'll move on to item number 12, which is unfinished business, the Maskwa Medical Center Municipal Loan Guarantee. I'll turn that over to our CFO, Ms. Whiteway, for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So during a special council meeting on April 2nd, administration presented the Maskwa Medical Guarantee Bylaw alongside amendments to the Maskwa Medical Center Lending Bylaw. Maskwa Medical Center is requesting a $5.8 million loan guarantee from the City of Grande Prairie to secure a $23.3 million ATB construction loan. This guarantee also requires the city to indefinitely postpone repayment on an existing $3.5 million loan to Maskwa. Following the first reading, the mandatory 29-day advertisement and petition period has concluded with no public correspondence received for both the bylaw and the bylaw amendment. And just to conclude, one slight administrative adjustment, you will notice that the guarantee was originally presented as Bylaw C-1493. Administration has had to change that to 1496. And that's it. Happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks for that, Ms. Whiteway. So the motions are in your package, Council. As noted, no public input was received from administration. Recognizing Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would move that Council give second reading to Bylaw C-1494, an amendment to the Bylaw number C-1496.
Great. Thanks for that. That motion is in order. There is no discussion or debate in first reading, or I apologize, we are on second reading. So seeing opportunity for discussion or debate, questions for administration. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on second reading. And that carries unanimously. Oh, there we go. That carries unanimously. Moving on to the next one, Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'd move that Council give third reading to Bylaw C-1496, being the Maskwa Medical Center Loan Guarantee Bylaw.
The motion is in order. In order for us to have third reading here today, this must pass unanimously. Or no, we've already done first reading previously, so we don't. So this is a motion to give third reading to the bylaw, C-1496, being the Maskwa Medical Center Loan Guarantee Bylaw. So I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Plott, did you want to continue?
Sure, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give second reading to Bylaw C-1476A, being an amendment to the Maskwa Medical Center lending bylaw.
No, so just for those who are watching at home, we've already did first reading previously, therefore we only have that motion to have third reading here tonight if we're doing it all in one evening. As we had done first reading previously, there was no motion required for that. The Bylaw C-1496 has the loan guarantee bylaw has now had second and third reading and is completed. And as Councillor Plott just made the motion, we are now on to Bylaw C-1476A, which is an amendment to the Maskwa Medical Center lending bylaw. Opportunity for discussion or debate. Questions for administration. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I move that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1476A, being an amendment to the Maskwa Medical Center lending bylaw. And just to speak this a little bit, I want to thank council for this. I know this has been a tough decision to get to this point, but I think this is going to be an amazing asset in our community. And I think this is the right decision for our community. So hopefully you can support.
Thank you for your motion. I also want to recognize that the proponents are here from Maskwa in case there was any questions. I see no one in the queue. I appreciate them coming, taking their time. Also appreciate the work that these community leaders are doing to bring a different standard of healthcare to northwestern Alberta. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote. And that carries unanimously. With that, we have nothing else on the agenda. We will be back at 6 p.m. So I'll call this meeting adjourned, and we'll see you. We're on our recess until 6 p.m. See you then. Good evening and welcome back to the evening session of the May 11th, 2026 council meeting. We are, as mentioned, now in the evening session. We have 4 delegations that let us know ahead of time they were coming to tonight's meeting. And for those of you who are watching online, if you'd like to come speak to council, it's a really easy process. We ask that you let us know ahead of time. There's a simple form, and it just gives us a heads up as to what you would like to speak about. First on today's agenda, under item 14.1, JustServe, and I understand Ms. Mosaico, and I apologize, you can please introduce yourself when you jump on, and take 5 minutes to address council. I appreciate your package that is in our e-scribe here tonight, but please, Sarah, introduce yourself and start whenever you're ready. Oh, and I apologize, I didn't realize there was local as well. Come on up. You didn't tell me that. Yeah. Your microphone is on, and those aren't attached to the table. So whenever, feel free to pull it towards you and have a seat, and then we'll get started.
And just while she's getting seated, I'll introduce myself. I'm Sarah Mosaico, and I am the Regional JustServe Specialist, and I'm so pleased to be here with you.
Great, thank you for that.
All right, hopefully this something everybody can hear me.
You bet.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Broadhead, and I'm the local JustServe specialist for the Grande Prairie area. Sarah introduced herself. She's in Edmonton, and she is the regional representative over JustServe for the Northern and Central Alberta region. And we're pleased to be here tonight to recognize the outstanding commitment to volunteerism here in the Grande Prairie community. First, let me just share a little bit about JustServe and give you some background information about this global organization that wishes to honor you this evening. JustServe is a free online platform, and it has a website as well as a mobile app, and that connects volunteers with volunteer opportunities in our community. It's more than just a website, though. It is a movement to boost volunteerism. JustServe operates in 17 different countries and is available in 6 languages. And it can be used by large cities as well as small municipalities. The JustServe Advisory Council includes, I guess I could advance this. So how it works, our volunteers and our organizations connect to each other and find opportunities to serve within our community. We are found in 17 different countries, at the website in 6 different languages, and our Global Advisory Council is made up of organizations that you'll recognize as organizations for their charitable work that they do throughout the world. So we know that the economic value of the skills and time provided by volunteers is huge, and it's often referred to as volunteer dollars. In 2018, it was worth approximately $55 billion in Canada. And municipalities are recognizing this and making steps to better embrace volunteerism, and JustServe is here to support these efforts. Cities across North and South America are adopting this completely free JustServe resource. For example, Spruce Grove recently formally announced their partnership with JustServe and have been actively launching it in their city. You may have read about this in a recent article in Municipal World, one of our national partners. The town of Black Falls is also formally adopting this valuable resource, supported through their FCSS team. JustServe can also be an important tool and resource for the need of management for volunteers during a disaster response. Over the last few years, I've personally had an opportunity to meet with and work with Brian Ballard and Jamie Hannaford from GPREP, and to help coordinate some of the spontaneous volunteer response for donations and other help in the light of the wildfire evacuations in our area. The city of Spruce Grove has also written
included JustServe as part of their written disaster response plan. JustServe is also a member of the provincial NGO, and as such, we then have a partnership with lots of other organizations to enlist help if further help is needed. So locally, JustServe has helped to promote organizations' volunteer needs, including last year's special Olympic Summer Games, Seniors Outreach, Sunrise House, Canadian Mental Health Association, the GP Family Education Society, the Grande Prairie Veterans Association, Helping Hands of Grande Prairie, and PARDS, just to name a few of them. JustServe has also connected with local schools and their service and leadership clubs to encourage participation in Global Youth Service Month and the National Day of Service. There are some amazing young people in our community who understand the benefits of serving and who have used JustServe to help them plan school activities that make a difference. Over the years, volunteers have rallied through JustServe and their partners, magnifying the good that can be done in our community. However, we have seen that as governments formally adopt JustServe in simple ways, we can make an even greater impact. I'll turn some time over to Sarah for her to explain a little bit more about the JustServe City Awards.
Thanks, Jennifer. Governments across the world are using JustServe, and they've been honored as global JustServe cities. Here's some examples on your screen of some cities that have been recognized in the last couple of years as global JustServe cities. In Canada, because who cares about the U.S., right? We just want to talk about Canada. We have the city of Spruce Grove and here in Alberta, and the city of Oshawa in Ontario, who have been recognized as global JustServe cities. And it makes me wonder who our third one will be here in Canada. And don't tell anyone, but I hope it's Grande Prairie. I live in Strathcona County, so don't tell my mayor I said that. This prestigious Global JustServe Award is the top-tier honor that our global team designates. But before they were global JustServe cities, they were recognized as JustServe cities for valuing volunteerism as civic leaders, and that's why we're here today, is to say that we see you and we see all that you're doing and all that you're facilitating. There are JustServe cities in Argentina, Chile, and even Hungary and the U.S. Here in Canada, we have the JustServe cities are as follows: Mississippi Mills in Ontario and also Oshawa in Ontario, Cardston, Alberta, Spruce Grove, Sherwood Park or Strathcona County, Black Falls, and Kalmar. And that leads us to our purpose here today, presenting your award as a JustServe city. And we're so pleased to have Grande Prairie among the first wave of JustServe cities here in Canada and Alberta, showing the way for other municipalities.
I have the privilege now to present the award. So most esteemed Mayor Clayton and the members of the Grande Prairie City Council, I'm grateful to the opportunity to recognize the City of Grande Prairie for your exceptional commitment to volunteerism. Grande Prairie has caught the attention of our provincial, national, and global JustServe leaders. You are leaders who not only build your community, but you also empower the citizens to build alongside you. The investment you make in fostering volunteerism opens avenues for community members to do good. Municipalities that encourage volunteerism promote community engagement, building resilience in their communities, extending the reach of city services, and improving quality of life. And so, on behalf of the Global JustServe team, we recognize the City of Grande Prairie as a JustServe City Award winner. Congratulations.
All right. Well, first, I want to thank you for that. We know that our community is really built on the fiber of our social being, in the sense that our community, I've always said, is probably although not measurable, the most giving community in Canada. Whether it's volunteer hours or corporate support, this community continues to amaze me how it gets behind initiatives.
Absolutely.
And the volunteerism is something that we're known for. So I really appreciate being recognized. And I love the language because this term's council strategic priorities really identifies that in regards to community empowerment and livability, as we believe that our residents have a significant role in growing this community and making it an even better place to live, work, and invest. So thank you for that, and we'll go take a picture.
Thank you. I'm also happy to answer any questions if anyone has them.
Well, we will do that.
Do you mind if I just lower this a little bit? Okay.
What did I just hear? Minimal.
So again, thank you so much. And I'm just going to open up this opportunity for council, if you have any questions in regards to the organization, locally or nationally. We have two great representatives here who will be willing to take those questions. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, thank you very much for, for making the presentation. And I noticed you got Rotary International, Paul Huco, as part of the organization. When did they sign up with your organization?
I think they were made a part of the advisory council maybe, must be 4 or 5 years ago by now.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I really, again, want to thank you for being here. Thank you to Sarah for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you in our community, and please keep in touch.
Wonderful. Thanks very much for your time tonight.
Take care.
Thank you so much, everyone. Wonderful to be with you.
Thanks, Sarah. All right, next on our list of delegates that are here this evening, the ISKCON Grande Prairie group, if you wanted to come on forward. Once you get situated, if you could please introduce yourselves. Feel free to bring one of the other chairs up and get situated. Mr. Angral, once you're situated, if you want to introduce yourself, take 5 minutes to address council in regards to what you're here about today, and then council may have some questions for you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, and all the city councils. My name is Rajesh Angral. I am representing the International Society for Krishna Consciousness in Grande Prairie. And
hello, I am Vinayak Mukherjee, and I'm also part of ISKCON here.
And my name is Mark Mira, and I'm also part of the ISKCON Grande Prairie.
So today we are here as a International Society for the Krishna Consciousness. Just to introduce ourselves, we are our organization is incorporated originally from 1967. It got incorporated in New York, and from there it started flourishing all over the world. And the roots are deeply connected to the tradition of Indian region, where we are celebrating this festival. It's called the Jagannath Rath Yatra, or also we call here is the Chariot Fest, where we do the procession on the streets. It's a festival of harmony where we distribute free food, and we have it's a festival of colors. We distribute free food, and we have dance and music and culture presentation, and we engage and we involve all people from all walks of life. With all religions are welcomed here, and this annual chariot festival is basically a free event. It's a free entry and a free meal for all of us. And since our Grande Prairie Chariot Festival happens, the procession happens on the 100th Ave, and from it goes to the Maskwa CP Park. This year we have been advised that there will be a fee of $4,435.20. And this gonna create a significant, challenge for our limited budget on our nonprofit organization. So we are kindly requesting you to waive off this fee so that we can continue to offer this valuable community event. And apart from that, our organization is very new in Grande Prairie. And we have already represented 5 times. First 3 times we did the float on the Canada Day, and then our first independent chariot fest, or the Rath Yatra, was in 2024, and then 2025, where we were honored by the presence of the city council members. So we kindly request you, if you can waive off this fee, which is $4,435.20 for blocking of the intersections that's been levied on us this year.
Great. Well, thank you for your presentation. Do you have anything else to add? Because I do have a couple colleagues of mine that have some questions, but if you have more to add, please go ahead.
I will answer if there's something comes
Okay,
up.
perfect. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton, and thank you, gentlemen. Everybody that I've talked to that has participated in your parade absolutely loved it and had a great time. So
thank you.
It's the kind of cultural things that we want to see in the city. You may not be aware, from the city standpoint, is we hire crews to shut off each intersection along the way so that the parade can travel safely. The issue with that is the labor costs start to add up over a number of parades. So have you guys explored an alternate route or possibly a shorter route, or is this something that you're locked into?
So we haven't discussed about that, the alternate route, but next year we can think about that if there's gonna be some concern. But what I was of the view that if we can get some grant, we can probably pay this fee from our grant. But this year, when I had a discussion with one of the representatives who was taking care of the grant, she said that for this year, it's already been used, so we cannot get any grant for this year.
Okay, so the grants...
If we can get the grant, we can, accommodate these fees in that case.
Okay, and so essentially you're looking at maybe next year, an alternate route or somewhere slightly different that, again, we use less city resources.
Yeah, we will love to have this route because it's gonna be easy, not many turns on this route, because our chariot has no mechanical has no motor or any mechanical thing. It's been pulled by all the congregation members. So we want a very simple route, straight. But the only constraint we have in this one is, yes, if this fee is gonna be every year for us, then definitely we're gonna look for some alternate route. But yeah, another thing, as I mentioned earlier, if we can get some city grant for our festival, we will be more than happy to pay the fee.
Okay, I appreciate the background. Thank you.
Just echoing on Councillor Berg's question, as mentioned, the charges for an event like this are based on the number of intersections that are closed. It's a flat fee per intersection based on our bylaw, that is fees and charges bylaw. And so the number of intersections you close increases your price. Did you explore any other opportunities for having less intersections closed, therefore the price being less?
So for this year, we are locked in because we have already started advertising and with the route and everything. This year, I don't think we will be able to do much. But for next year, we'll have a prior discussion before finalizing the route.
Okay, and at this point, have you budgeted anything for the financial cost of closing those intersections?
Not really, because we were pretty sure that we will be able to get waiver from the city for this intersections.
Councillor O'Toole.
Just so you know, our budget is between 22 to 25,000 for our, whole festival.
Okay. Councillor O'Toole.
So I attended this event last year, and it was great. We knew a lot of people there, so the time slipped away. But when you say that the parade is going to start at 10:30 or 11 o'clock, and it doesn't start for 2 hours, those people that were doing the sidewalks and the crosswalks and the intersections, they're getting paid waiting for you guys to go. So if you could tighten up that time frame and make it better for you, hold your voice like a grandpa and yell a little bit if you have to, but it's costing you money.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for the feedback. We'll try our best this year.
Okay, thank you.
To things on time.
All right. Well, thank you for being here today. I don't have any further questions. Anyone in the queue from council? We deal with our delegation business at the end of the meeting, where there will be an opportunity for council members to ask administration of questions. And at that point, we have conversations about your request in particular. So thank you so much for being here. You're more than welcome to stick around to watch the meeting. Otherwise, someone from administration will follow up with you after this meeting.
Thank you so very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, I would like to invite every one of you for the upcoming Chariot Festival first off.
If you want to give that to Brian right there, he can make sure that we get that information to all of council. Thanks so much. Moving on to the next item on today's agenda, item 14.3, the Grande Prairie Cricket Association. Gentlemen, once you're ready, if you wanted to come forward and introduce yourself, same plan. If you can take about 5 minutes to address council, and then council may have some questions for you.
This is just in case. Before I start the presentation, I just want to...
Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Vakar. I am the president of Grande Prairie Cricket Association. And with me, I have Avinash. General Secretary, GPC. And I have Zubair. I'm the Programs Coordinator for GPC. Perfect. Thank you so much for giving us time. Today we are here to discuss the urgent need of cricket practice pitch and the cage. If I can have the presentation there, I'll get going right away.
Ms. Whiteway?
We don't have a copy. We'll have no. So it is loaded on that laptop there. If you'd like some assistance.
Did you get it? I think slide is like almost like 30, 40.
So council does have the presentation in eScribe. Okay.
A little bit background on the.
Sorry, Mr.
Bakar.
Yes, if you could pull the microphone closer to you so everybody can
Okay,
hear you.
perfect. Is it better?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Just want to give a little bit background about the cricket practice pitch. Last year, we abandoned the cricket practice pitch and the cage because it was very close to the neighbors. And we did that by our own organization and by volunteers. So, and because we want to be a good neighbor and we want to make sure we continue to grow in that region. And then when we came to the presentation, I think City Council agreed that the cricket pitch can move towards the south side of the pitch, and then we can continue growing there. But it hasn't happened yet. And what we realized is actually impacting the whole cricketing sport in a very massive way. So I thought it'd be a good idea to come and present and see how soon can we act on this and what can we do about it. So just want to give you a little bit context. As you can see, this is our cricket pitch right in the center where you see the green line. And our abandoned practice pitch is on the northwest of the ground. It used to be. And we haven't touched that since last year. And since this season has already started, a lot of members and players and even youth, they're not getting their practice. So we are here to propose a site which was already identified by the council last year towards the south end of the field. There were some couple of trees there which the council member were discussing to maybe remove it, and then just recently we did the survey and we realized we might not have to. And so this is where we're proposing to have a practice pitch located urgently. And the reason is a major issue is because main pitch is being used for practice and wear and tear on the competition pitch, which is not good for cricket at all. And I will explain in a bit. Player development impact is happening right now because only one person can practice at a time, and we have over 100 members. And this is also impacting the development. Community growth, social impact, this is also being impacted right now. Youth impact, we cannot have a lot of youth engaged at this time because we have adult league already started because we don't have any in the other practice pitch at the moment. Economic and regional impact, this is also going to have that as well. So right now we're asking the location and the authorization to build the practice pitch. So one of the things is the main cricket pitch is a very delicate surface. When we are using the main pitch, every time the ball that you guys have in your hand, it bounces every single time, right? And as you can see on that pitch, you'll see those white dots. Those are the impact is making every single time when the ball touches the surface. And if that gets wrecked or damaged, then injuries can occur very easily. The cricket pitch is very highly sensitive infrastructure. Repeated practice on the match surface can affect the bounce, consistency, safety, drainage, and match quality. So this is the cage that we abandoned. As you can see, it was packed, it was busy. People were practicing every day because when we go to provincial tournament, we need to be ready. And that's the way to do it only. And since last year, we haven't used that. We actually abandoned it completely. So it's affecting development's decline, youth progression slows, injury risk can increase, and competitive standards drop as well. Community and social growth. Why the cricket pitch, practice pitch is important. As you can see, last year we held a tournament and provincial tournament. Teams came from different part of Alberta, and we had a very successful competition. And in fact, the Fort McMurray team did win the competition and took the large prize. But you guys all attended that event as well. You guys know exactly what was going on there, how many people were there, and what how they were enjoying the sports they all love. If we don't have the practice pitch, the membership that we are seeing significant growth in the last couple of years will see some decline as well. Youth participation will impact it greatly. And you guys, the family also attend regularly to support the team. So this sport actually create a culture and community integration opportunity as well. As last year when we held the tournament, a lot of the business, they came together and they put their advertisement and their free food. Even non-profit organization came along as well and help us organize the event. This is youth. The kids are from 8 years age to 16 years. They're using the practice pitch. This is the practice pitch that we don't use anymore. And the only way for them to get used to the bounce or the ball or the batting is the practice pitch. We don't have anymore. That's another photo of youth being trained. This is our entire ground. As you can see, it actually does economic and regional impact as well. When we held those tournaments, people come and teams come from different part of the region, even BC as well, Prince George, Fort St. John, Calgary, Edmonton, Red Deer, and Fort Mac. And so, of course, economic activities like hotels, restaurants, gas stations, retail spending, and tourism. This is what we are looking to build on the south side, something similar, where player can develop, youth programming can resume, and overall league quality will improve as well. So we do have sort of rendering that we would like to have two set of pitch just for the practice, because practice only one person can do at a time, and we have over 100 members. We are looking forward to build similar facility at the new field as well when it become available. But right now, this is an urgent need because the summer season has already started and it's impacting our league deeply. So I'm here today just to ask permission and authorization to build a cricket cage and the facility on the south side of the field. And at this time, we're not asking city for any funding. We can do it ourselves. But we just need a authorization on an urgent note on this one. If you have any question, I'm happy to answer.
Great. Thanks for your presentation. Recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Thanks very much, Bakar, and thanks for coming in today. I assumed when we were moving you to the north location that this pitch would have been built, the practice pitch, and at the south location. So I don't know about the rest of my councillors, but I'd be totally in support of you building that. And I'm surprised that it's double, but I can understand with that many players coming. So, so you said only one player can practice at a time?
Yes, at a time, only one person can be inside the cage practicing, and we have 100 members. And in fact, just to give you a little bit background too, we actually sent one youth to international tour this year.
Yes, I heard that.
And he had a very good time. And just to give you perspective, Melbourne, Australia, they have over 500 fields in one city. And London, they have close to 200 to 250 field where people can play. So given the fact that it's one of the fastest growing sports, and we do have a growth in Grande Prairie, which we had never seen, we never anticipated, I thought it'd be a good idea to be proactive and have those facilities available for people to come and practice and showcase their talent.
Supplemental?
Go ahead.
So I'm assuming that you'll have a net going over the top to prevent balls from going out, because there are neighbors to the east of your location. I'm assuming you're heading east, unless you're turning around and you're orientated going to the other, the dry pond that's to the west.
100%. I think that's the idea, because it's just a practice pitch. The main pitch, we cannot change the orientation at this time because it's already there. It cost us so much to build that over time. But we're dealing with that as well. We do have some ideas how to mitigate that. So we'll be working with city closely to make sure that we work with that. But yeah, that definitely be facing the other way, and it's only for practice basically.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. If I could get that graphic again of the map of the grounds, please. There we go. Thanks, guys, for coming. Again, the reason that we moved the first one in the first place was it was too close to neighbors. So as I look at this map, and you know the land better than I do, maybe it's not level, maybe there are trees, but would moving it to the left or moving it to the west be an option, just so that it's further away from those houses?
So I see there's another vacant area, just a grass field, but it's not maintained.
Yeah, I'm literally thinking the length of one of the pitch to move it to the left. So you'd be moving it 30, 40, 50 feet, but it would be 30 or 40 or 50 feet further away from those houses on the east.
Oh, towards the east, but the same practice pitch, but towards the east. That's
I'll
what
move
you're
it to
suggesting?
the west.
Oh, so basically underneath is cement. We can't really just move that. We have to rebuild it, right? And
So
even if
at
we
the
do,
new spot.
Sorry?
At the new spot. So where you're proposing.
Oh, this one? Okay.
So where you're proposing, move that 30 or 40, 50 feet to the west.
It is possible, yes, 100%. Yeah, the new one, right? You're talking? Yes,
Yeah, exactly.
100%.
Yeah, because I'm just concerned, again, that we would be disturbing other neighbors.
Agreed.
If we left it possibly there. Just trying to mitigate that.
We can move it, 100%. By the way, it's just a rendering, but I know it has to move this way anyway because I think there were some couple of trees. So in my new presentation, there was a photo as well to show how big of a room there. It's just all we need is just a flat surface to build on.
Okay.
Yeah, it is possible, yes.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Councillor Bressie.
Great. Well, first of all, thank you, gentlemen, for all the volunteer work you do creating support for our community. I always appreciate volunteers doing that, so thank you. I am curious. I'm looking forward to when you folks are gone later this evening. We get to ask administration all kinds of questions, because one of the questions I've got is about the new pitch we're hoping to build on the other end of town. And I'm hopeful we're going to get that in. We're going to get that in soon, so I'm hopeful I'll hear some good answers there. But assuming that gets built, why invest in a pitch here when we're going to have a bigger facility with more space on the other side of town?
That's a very good question, and I think our membership answered that question very easily because we have over 100 members. And as I said, only one person can practice at a time. We do plan to build similar cage to in the new field as well on the site, just to make sure that we have enough member can practice at a time. So when they're not waiting, for one person to done, and then they can go in and practice.
Right. So at full build out, you're all
100%
practice at both sites. Okay.
Exactly.
Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. 15 years ago, this was not even a thought that you could have how many teams? 9?
So 7. 7, yeah.
And you've got youth and women as well?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
So 15 years ago, you only had a couple times. So this is great news. Yeah. And whatever you're doing the right thing. And you know darn well that I believe in you guys and you do good for the community. So
100%.
Thank you.
Just going to jump in the queue. I understand there's another cricket club as well in the city of Grande Prairie. if you were to implement this training facility, would it exclusively be for your club, or how would that get utilized between the two clubs?
I think there's confusion about the field and the cricket pitch. I think they're two different things, because the cricket pitch is a very delicate surface where it has to be maintained and it has to be pristine when it comes to as a playing surface. What I can tell you, there are other groups who actually do play cricket in different areas. There's another group, they play cricket behind Walmart. I think there's a field there. But in a professional setting, it has to be protected. Because if other groups are using the pitch, which has to be maintained, even when we're not using it, we put tarp on it so then it doesn't get damaged. Even during the match, we actually don't run on the pitch, because by running it, you're going to destroy the carpet. And in my new presentation, I had the photo showing the damage can be done, and then hence the injuries, right? We are one of the largest organization in the North, and we have been growing this for the last 15 years. We held numerous provincial tournament. We are established organization, and we are welcome anybody who wants to play cricket with us, because we have infrastructure in place. But when it comes to using the infrastructure, there are ways to do it, but it has to be in a way that is accountable, make sure that we are protecting our assets as well. So
I guess my concern would be this is a public park. This is a city park. It's not a private cricket club.
Correct.
And so it's bookable by other people. Any infrastructure that you put into the city park,
sure,
there will be expectations around that. And so I'm just curious how you're going to safeguard your, what you see as your equipment enhancement in a city park when it's bookable by anybody.
So we are in talk right now with City Connections as well to regarding this. Because this issue came along, we did not know there was another group trying to book it, because we have our whole summer planned, and now we have to basically not play as many games as we played last year. We have to give up that. And I'm not sure how big the other group is, but our members and teams, we are ready to take on the entire summer for us. Because of the growth, we can't keep up. But when it comes to using it, at this time, I don't have any answer, like how it would be, like if there's any damage happen on the pitch, which we look after, sure, it's city owned, we respect that, because it all built within the collaboration and understanding. Then our organization will suffer, like in a way that we won't be able to sustain that many games, might not be able to hold provincial tournaments, because they are looking for good quality infrastructure, especially pitch. The field, sometimes the grass is higher, lower, is fine. But the main pitch is very critical. If something happen on the carpet, dent or tear or anything like that, it can damage or injuries. So for example, I can show you this. My finger is broken because of the ball that I give it to you. It's pretty hard ball, right? So every time it impacted on the pitch, it leave a mark or a dent. Over time, we have been replacing the carpet on our own expense. We have been maintaining the pitch our own expense. So I'm not sure how it's going to play out in terms of other group wanting to use it. I have no idea.
Councillor O'Toole, are you still in the queue, or is that from before? Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm trying to understand more how these practice pitches are used. So you've got the tunnel of fencing around it. You got the batter in there. The batter's hitting it, and then is it really just about the batter hitting it, or are there people catching and receiving as well?
Yes, it's mostly batter hitting it and the pitcher pitching. Basically, if you call it in terms of baseball, right? In cricket, we call it bowling, right? And the idea is the more practice you do, the better you become. As I have this, cricket bat. Let me show you. So even though it looks pretty big, but this is the only sweet spot where you can hit the ball.
Yeah.
If you hit here, it's not going to make a good impact. If you hit here, it's not going to make a good impact. So the practice is about hitting the ball consistently, only from this part.
Yeah. Right? So you're getting your reps in, which I understand. And the reason I'm asking is I know that if that spot gets approved, a concern with the other spot wasn't just proximity to the houses, but it also was, and whether it was a fair concern or not, perception was hitting towards that pathway was concerning to people as well. Is there any opportunity, if it's just about the batter, is there any opportunity to put netting behind the pitcher or some barrier behind the pitcher so that we can protect that pathway as well?
100%. So we are open to that because it's more of a repetition. It's more of a doing more practice. It's not about hitting how hard you can hit. It's about how well you can hit.
Right.
And for the bowler, it's more of a rhythm, right? So when you go into provincial tournament like in Calgary, which we never won because, of course, you need to develop talent. And one of the ways is to practice more. So we do have very young people who are very capable to go and, represent Grande Prairie and win tournaments. But because of the lack of the infrastructure that we have at this time, it's very difficult.
Okay, then my last question. Is there any opportunity, we're going to have a dome up by this time next year, hopefully. Is there any opportunity to practice, is it bowling?
Yes.
Is there any opportunity to practice bowling in the dome, or is it the wrong surface and you can't do that?
Yes and no. It all depends on what kind of surface is in there, right? So we do use Swan City FC for the entire winter, right? So they have a similar carpet in there, but the lighting is not great. But we use it so then we are ready for summer. Okay. We started, I think, in September, October, all the way until April. So we were playing every single weekend. And because it's mostly booked, for soccer and hockey, so we were getting only end of the stick basically. So we were playing late. Sometimes our game start at 9 p.m., right, and it ends at 11. But because we wanted to continue practicing and continue playing, we were using it.
Thank you,
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton, and thanks for coming in, guys. I like the presentation, Mr. Khan. My question is in regards to the practice pitch, so I have a couple. What's the approximate cost to build one of these practice pitches?
The last one we built, I think it was close to 7,000. And this time around, because we want to do proper structure, we budgeted about $15,000 minimum.
Okay, and that's with the extended concrete and stuff?
Yeah, so for practice, we might not do extended concrete all the way. We might do only half, and rest we'll just do carpet, and we probably even out just to save the cost because concrete is very expensive. Even carpet is very expensive too. We have to import it, and then we have to pay, duties and all of those things. It's quite expensive. And most of the work will be done by volunteers as well to putting everything together, and we'll get it done professionally. It will look nice. Yeah.
Oh, I believe that. I like the rendering, and yes. I know the care that you guys put into the cricket pitch there.
Yeah.
I guess my other question in regards to that is, if you guys are going to build it, there's another cricket club out there. Let's say members there want to go use it. It's still going to be open to the public or open to the other cricket club to use potentially? Or will they have to book that through GP Cricket?
So ideally, we wanted to have a control in terms of maintaining our own field, even when it comes to grass. The only thing city does is basically look after the grass, right? All the infrastructure there, which we maintain, we paint, and if any damage, we look after, even pitch as well, right? So we've been doing it for the last 13 years. That way we can have a sustainable growth and we can plan accordingly. So if we have a provincial tournament, we're not asking, is it available or not? Because we know it's Grande Prairie Cricket Association, which is home built. Other organization, if they structure in Grande Prairie, they're welcome and come play within GPCA because we have a very open concept, right? But it all depends how many members they have. If they have entire team, they might be able to register through different ways. But we are structured basically. We have executives, we have committees, we have funding, we have all of those things. So I think that probably be ideal situation where maybe we can maintain it and then they can book through us if they need to. Weekdays, sure, that's fine. But weekends, because it's a league. We can't compromise on our league or provincial tournament or youth programming for the new group to come in and do it because there are other group, they do play cricket, but not in that ground. They don't.
Okay. So would then the practice pitch be under sort of lock and key, and then they would have to book through you guys if they wanted it to be unlocked?
It has to be, because it has to be supervised too, because if any damage happened, we bear the cost. So if somebody comes in and did damage, we are the one responsible replacing it and maintaining it. City, we never asked city to replace the carpet, never. We did it our own.
Okay.
So
that's good. Thank you very much.
Yep.
I just wanted to comment on that. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are other clubs such as Pickleball who have received grants from the province to enhance a city-owned facility. But there has to be, in those user group agreements, opportunity for public access. So, to my knowledge, council has never had a conversation around this being a private cricket club, and so our pickleball courts, that were well enhanced, but there's still in the user agreement opportunity for public access.
Sure. So. And one comment I want to make, which is absolutely fine, because in that field there are other soccer, kids. They come in and they play all the time. We never say no to them because we cover the main pitch with tarp, so then nobody's walking on the pitch, because even wearing different footwear or it can damage the pitch as well. So we look after the pitch very carefully.
Great. All right. Well, thank you for being here. I know some of my colleagues have questions for administration. You're welcome to stick around, or council administration rather will get back to you following.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right. In our fourth delegation here tonight, I would welcome to the table Travel Alberta, Mr. Goldstein. Once you get situated, please introduce yourself. I thank you for your patience as you've been waiting a while, but welcome. And please, for those who are watching at home, if you could introduce yourself.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. David Goldstein, President and CEO of Travel Alberta. Before our cricket friends leave, if you could indulge me a couple of extra seconds on before my time, I just wanted to suggest to you that the Department of Tourism and Sport actually has a community infrastructure fund that might apply for this. So if you want to talk later, I'll be happy to connect you with them. Yeah, I'm not here asking for money either. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. I think many of you are aware of Travel Alberta, but I'm going to take a few minutes just to reacquaint you with the organization and talk about the importance of the visitor economy here in this region. Travel Alberta is a wholly owned provincial crown corporation set out in the Travel Alberta Act. It was started about 20 years ago as primarily a marketing agency for the province. About 5 years ago, our mandate was expanded to include what we call destination development. And that's working with entrepreneurs and communities to build experiences in places like GP in the larger area. That includes investing in and with entrepreneurs and festivals and attractions. To date, over the last 4.5 years, we've invested over $2 million in this region. We have high hopes for this region. Currently, the visitor economy takes up about almost $300 million worth of activity in the region, and we hope to double that by the year 2035. We have several initiatives and programs that we have been working with. I know Her Worship is very well aware of the work that we're doing, including supporting the reemergence of the newly minted or reminted Destination Marketing and Management Organization here in GP. I'm here today with Christopher Smith, who is the regional manager for this area. Hopefully many of you, if you don't know Christopher, he's not doing his job. But he is up here on a very regular basis. This is part of one of the 10 tourism development zones across the province. I'm going to try and do this relatively quickly, but pre-COVID, there was about $10 billion worth of visitor economy activity in the province. About 65% of that was in 5 regions of the province, sort of the legacy regions, and about 65% of those revenues were during the summer. So we were faced with a situation in order to meet our grand ambitions, we had to move more of that business to different parts of the province, which begat the creation of the tourism development zones, of which this is one, and during seasonal opportunities. So, for example, we've invested and co-invested with you in the winter festivals to try and move some of that business to the winter. The good news, Your Worship, members of council, is that your constituents like this business. We are about to release our resident sentiment numbers. 79% of Grande Prairie residents believe tourism is important to their community. That is ahead of the provincial average of 75%. The air access, while always could be better, is fairly well represented for this size of community. The destination marketing funds, the province has just initiated new destination marketing legislation that should ensure that between $2.8 and $3 million a year will go into the newly configured destination marketing management organization here to support this community. There are a lot of initiatives going on. We're very proud of the work that we're doing here. It always needs to be more. And we have very high ambitions for this part of the province. And I think I'm going to wrap there, Madam Chair, Your Worship. And I'd be very happy to take questions from folks.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that. And thank you for being here. Really appreciate the update.
Oh, I failed to mention one thing. This is the second stop on our Summer of Love tour. And only Albertans can be optimistic enough to call May 11th the summer. But
we went from winter to summer here, so we're good.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues if you have some time to take a couple questions. Okay. Recognizing Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton, and thanks, David, for being here. You did introduce Chris, but you didn't introduce Kevin.
Oh, so Kevin Weidlich is our Vice President, Destination Development and Commercial Activity. He's also sitting in the back.
Yeah, and Jasmine with Grande Prairie Regional Tourism is also here, so you've got a good support team. So, David, this question is going to come out of kind of left field. We received this award, the JustServe, around Grande Prairie Regional Emergency Partnership. So we continue to host, it seems, evacuees each summer. And one of the things that I continue to talk about, because I actually see it in my business, is evacuee tourism. Is that something that Travel Alberta's even looked at or glanced at? And any recommendations on, because we've got people that are suddenly in a different town looking for things to do. So it's just something that I'm always trying to be aware of and how we can improve on it.
Council, I'm not sure we would characterize it that way as evacuee tourism, but I think the visitor economy is measured by anyone who travels more than 40 kilometers to a destination. And I think the first piece is welcomingness. I maybe have just created a word, but that deals with the resident sentiment issue. And we score higher, as Albertans, we score higher than anyone else in the country. I think people think of Atlantic Canada as the most welcoming place, but actually Albertans are the ones, time and time again, by Destination Canada's own data, that considers us the most welcoming area. We have had, our province has had similar issues in and around Jasper, in and around Waterton. And I think, first of all, is the accommodation sector, which usually steps up and does an incredible job. And then the services sector around that, which I think has great feeling for those people who have been displaced by those pieces. So there's a general hospitality amongst Albertans that welcomes that piece. And, we always hope there would be fewer of them. We would be hoping that more of them would come just on their own. But I think the welcoming nature of communities like this shines through.
Yeah, and actually, Councillor Bressy shared an anecdote. He was just up in Yellowknife, and the people that were evacuated here from their shared positive sentiments, if I may, and actually they have returned in some cases. So you're exactly right on that. Okay.
Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. And David, I really appreciate you coming here and talking to us. And we do know...
I didn't have a choice. The mayor made me come. No, I come here fairly regularly, but
just want to let you
came
know.
willingly. Come on.
It's almost like a subpoena.
Chris
but I'm
very, very well. So
thank you.
He shows up. So make sure you take care of him. I'm just wondering, what is the application process? Is there a link? And what dollars are available for this pretty busy area of northern Alberta?
So, excellent question. We do have the full information on our website, and we have our regional managers who are there to assist applicants in the process. Grants range anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 for festival support, up to $500,000 for sort of larger infrastructure support for businesses. I could list off a few of them for you if you want, but I mean, generally they fall into kind of two categories. We've made several investments in the Philip J. Curie Dinosaur Museum, a key investment in Latitude 59 as a distillery to create a visitor product there beyond the distillery. And then there's a series of festivals that we provide ongoing support for.
So the cricket club would be supported if
the cricket club, that would be another program. That would be another program through my old job in my former life, but the Department of Tourism and Sport, Tourism and Sport would actually support the Cricket Association of Alberta as a provincial sporting organization, and then as I said, the infrastructure fund would look at projects like you just heard from.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you for being here. I had a question in regards to Bill 16, and so I understand that it had royal assent. The regulation discussion period will be now, I'm assuming, till the fall, if I'm correct?
First of all, I'm not there anymore. Just for the record, folks in the room, up until April the 1st or March 31st, I was also the Deputy Minister of Tourism and Sport. So my understanding, Your Worship, is that there should be a publication near end of June or early July.
Okay. And I'm curious from your former role or in your current role, if you happen to have any information in regards to the, I understand there will be one trustee appointed to each zone. And do you know how that process is going to unfold? Do you have any, and the reason I ask is, as you're well aware, sport tourism is extremely valuable to this region. We have a lot of engaged, experienced representatives from multiple organizations that serve us well in that sport tourism piece. But then there's also significant cultural tourism and, as you're well, wilderness tourism and many aspects. Finding that one trustee that's knowledgeable, that's, I would assume, because it's a third-party group, the expectation would be that they're arm's length from Grande Prairie Regional Tourism. I'm wondering how you think you're going to find that trustee.
So as for the trustee process, the department's going to make recommendations to the minister to sign off on.
Right.
I will speak briefly to the intent of the bill itself because I was there for that, and the bill is actually passed. First, we had a concern. We are the last major jurisdiction in North America that has not regulated this activity. So you see a series of, you may see charges on your bill, on your hotel bill, called destination marketing fees. We had not regulated that space. So there was sort of two prongs to the legislation. One was from a consumer protection perspective, because there's a series of junk fees that people are concerned about. So we wanted to create transparency, or the government wanted to create transparency for the consumer. And secondly, some governance guidelines around what we call destination marketing organizations, like here in Grande Prairie. So the first, Your Worship, there will be first some governance guidelines as to how boards are configured and to make sure that they are properly represented, that the community and the hoteliers are properly represented. There will be a trustee through which the fees flow. Sorry if this is too technical for folks, but I'll go quickly. The hotel charges a DMF, or a destination marketing fee. They, through a local hotel association or directly to the trustee, will remit those funds, and there will be an agreement struck between the local hotel association, the trustee, and the DMF as to how those funds would be spent. I understand the regulations will outline a series of eligible activities, of which sports is clearly going to be top of the list because it's a very sought after activity across the province, especially in medium and smaller communities like this one. So I can assure you, I don't speak on behalf of the government anymore, but I can assure you that that's a very high priority. And I think the fact that the minister is responsible for tourism and sport, I think, is a good indicator for that. We have generally an interest in success. We want to see communities like this to avail themselves of those resources. We have seen promising signs even before the legislation. Communities like Red Deer, for example, where through the right marketing plan, the hotels are increasing their participation, and we now have 14 of the 15 hotels in Red Deer that are now voluntarily participating in their destination marketing organization. And we will do what we can at Travel Alberta to work with the community to make sure it works here.
I appreciate that. I also, reading what I did on the bill, I appreciate the transparency aspect. I haven't seen it, and to my knowledge, in Alberta, most the DMOs have have good intention in their heart, and their goal is to increase tourism overall. There are some other provinces of instance where there has been misuse of funds, but in Alberta, I've seen excellent ROI on those investments. So I appreciate the intent in regards to the transparency.
Your Worship, we were trying to it's kind of an 80-20 problem. It might even be a 90-10 problem. I think we were trying to deal with, there were sort of 10% of the hoteliers who were probably not acting properly, which left those who were abiding by the rules or the spirit at a disadvantage. So we wanted to make sure that was transparent and clear.
And I have one more question because I don't see anyone else in the queue. Can you tell me again? I know you want it. Was it double the numbers by 2030, or what was?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Well, thank you again for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you to you two gentlemen and Jasmine as well. Tourism has been a priority of this community for a long time, and we continue to pride ourselves in being a game city. We look to regularly host large-scale tourism events, and I know we will in the future because we're very blessed to have incredible facilities. So thank you for everything that you do, and thanks for being here tonight.
And our door is always open. Our door or email box or whatnot is always open. Happy to take questions.
You came willingly. I didn't force you to be here.
Just bring your checkbook. That's always good.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you so much. All right, I'm going to move on to item number 15 in today's agenda. The first one being 15.1, the Riverstone Outline Plan Bylaw Amendment C-1411B, and Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Sorry, my glitching. 1 second. There we go. Land Use Bylaw Amendment. Don't have the number there. Thank you. 126205. I will call this public hearing to order and look to an introduction from administration. Turn it over to Ms. Downing and Ms. Patel.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. Administration has received an application to amend the land use bylaw to rezone portions of land in Riverstone neighborhood. As shown on this map, the subject properties are surrounded by low-density residential development to the north, that is the partially developed Riverstone neighborhood. To the south lies low-density residential development within the countryside north neighborhood. The lands to the west consist of an undeveloped business industrial parcel, while to the east is Eagle Estates. The proposed land use bylaw rezoning includes the rezoning from urban reserve to small lot residential, combined residential to small lot residential, and urban reserve to medium density residential. The application also proposes an amendment to the Riverstone Outline Plan to revise the development layout and facilitate residential development. These are targeted revisions that reflect updated development plans and market conditions. The first part of the Outline Plan amendment includes changes to the development layout. In 2020, Council approved an amendment to the Riverstone Outline Plan to incorporate a portion of Bearland condominium development. The proposed amendment seeks to revise the layout to reflect updated development plans. The development layout for the proposed amendment depicts only slight modifications to the previously approved condominium area while generally maintaining the character of the existing low-density neighborhood. The second part of the proposed outline plan amendment includes the proposed rezoning. The 4 lots highlighted in red on the existing OP map were rezoned from small lot residential to combined residential in 2021 to accommodate the development of 5-unit townhouse. Since that time, 2 of the 4 lots have been developed as semi-detached dwellings, while the remaining 2 lots are currently vacant. The originally proposed 5-unit development did not proceed. As such, the applicant is proposing to rezone the lands back to RS, where semi-detached dwellings are permitted use. The rezoning from UR to RS and UR to RM are consistent with the current OP designations and do not require changes to the plan. The subject lands are currently zoned as urban reserve in the land use bylaw. The urban reserve district functions as a holding district intended to preserve land for future urban development. The proposed amendment would rezone portions of the land to RS, smaller residential, and RM, medium density residential, as shown on the map. These are consistent with the Riverstone outline plan. The application also proposes to rezone the 4 lots, zone combined residential, to smaller residential, which was previously intended for the 5-unit townhouse, and it did not materialize. Administration does not anticipate any land use compatibility issues as a result of the proposed rezoning. The proposed amendment was circulated to internal and external stakeholders. Notice of rezoning sign was placed on the subject property, and letters were mailed to the adjacent neighbors. No comments or concerns were received for the proposed amendments. The proposed amendments are consistent with the policies in the Municipal Development Plan and are also consistent with the Southeast Area Structure Plan. Administration considers the proposal to be compatible with the immediate surroundings. Based on this background and analysis, administration recommends that council give 3 readings to these bylaws. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Ms. Patel. Open it up to council for questions of administration, recognizing Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I was just wondering if you could put that where it shows the division from to, I think it was either the first or second. Yes, right there. I'm just curious, it shows the red line going on the opposite side of the street on the right hand. I'm just wondering, how is that different from the first where it was just on the left-hand side?
Ms. Patel?
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. So in the first figure, the current outline plan, the red box is just subjective portion to just highlight that the condominium area is now being changed to give it a different layout. It's not set in stone. That red box is just a highlight to put council's attention on that area, the condominium area, which was in the current OP.
So what we're seeing as the current layout is not necessarily there. That's just a proposed plan for the whole area. So then the configuration of the streets and avenues would be slightly different depending on what they go forward then.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions for administration, I would like to open the presentation submission portion of this public hearing, and I would ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this land use bylaw amendment, and if so, please come forward. When you're situated, please introduce yourself for those who may be watching at home.
Good evening, Mayor Clayton, members of council. My name is Bailey Lapp. I am the manager of planning at Riverstone Associates Engineering. I have nothing really to add. I think your administration did an awesome job on their presentation tonight. So I'm just here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thanks for being here, Ms. Lapp. I don't see anyone in the queue, so appreciate you being here. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here in support of this Riverstone Outline Plan Bylaw Amendment C-1411B and the Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-205. And a third time, if there's anyone here to speak in support of this Land Use Bylaw Amendment and this Outline Plan Bylaw Amendment. Seeing none, I'll ask if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of this Land Use Bylaw Amendment. A second time, anyone here to speak in opposition to Riverstone Outline Plan Bylaw Amendment C-1411B and Land Use Bylaw Amendment C-1260-205. And a third time, if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to these amendments. Seeing no one, I'll close this public hearing and look to business arising, recognizing Councillor Thiessen.
Oh, I beat you to the punch, Councillor O'Toole.
You beat a few, just so you're clear.
There we go. Look at me go. I would move that council give first reading to Bylaw C-1493, being an amendment to the Riverstone Outline Plan.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thiessen. That motion is in order. There will be no discussion or debate in first reading. Therefore, I'll call the question. Please vote.
Palat in favor.
Thiessen in favor?
And that carries unanimously. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give second reading to Bylaw C-1411B, being an amendment to the Riverstone Outline Plan.
That motion is in order. Opportunity for discussion or debate or questions for administration. Motion and second reading to Bylaw C-1411B. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council have third reading at this meeting.
Thank you for that motion. And in order for us to have third reading here tonight, this motion must pass unanimously. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1411B, being an amendment to the Riverstone Outline Plan.
Thank you for that. This is a motion on third reading. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Please vote.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving to the second set, Councillor Thiessen, are you interested in continuing?
Yeah, you know me. I like to talk. I'd move that council give first reading to Bylaw C-1260-205, being an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. There will be no discussion or debate on first reading. Therefore, I'll call the question. Please vote.
I don't know what's up with my e-scribe, but Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council give second reading to Bylaw C-1260-205, being an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Opportunity for questions for administration, discussion, debate. Seeing no one, I'll call the question on second reading.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I would move that council have third reading at this meeting.
The motion is in order. As before, in order for us to have third reading here tonight, this motion must pass unanimously. I'll call the question on having third reading.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor Thiessen.
All right, let's finish this off. I would move that council give third reading to Bylaw C-1260-205, being an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. So seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 15.2 of today's agenda, being a Arbour Hills ASP and Arbour Hills 1 outline plan amendments to change the designation of 112th Street from a collector to a local road. I will look to Ms. Downing for introduction. I apologize. I will call this public hearing to order, and I'll look to Ms. Downing for introduction.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. This map shows the location of the proposed amendment. The change applies to a single segment of 112th Street within the Arbour Hills neighborhood. When the Arbour Hills plans were originally approved, 112th Street was classified as a collector road to support a future roadway connecting the Windsor ASP lands in the county to the city. And you can see the Windsor area structure plan in its draft form here, showing a road connecting through to the city. That future connection is no longer planned due to the physical constraints being the watercourse and the limited extent of development south of that watercourse. As a result, 112th Street will not need to function as a neighborhood or intermunicipal connection. The current Arbour Hills Area Structure Plan identifies 112th Street as a collector road, which no longer reflects the intended or anticipated function. The proposed amendment updates the ASP mapping to reclassify this segment of 112th Street as a local road, aligning the plan with how the roadway will actually function. At the outline plan level, 112th Street is also shown as a collector road, which triggers higher roadway design standards. The proposed outline plan amendment updates both the roadway classification and a phasing map to reflect current development sequencing and the revised role of 112th Street as a local access street. This shows a typical cross-section of a collector road, which has sidewalks on both sides and a wider cross-section. And this is a local cross-section. So in comparison, local roads are narrower, carrying lower traffic volumes, operating at slower speeds, and are better suited for residential context, with reduced construction and long-term maintenance costs for the city. Administration recommends the Council give 3 readings to both proposed bylaws. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for that introduction. Opportunity from my colleagues, questions for administration? Seeing none, I'm going to move to the presentation and submission portion of this public hearing and ask if there's anyone here to speak in support of this bylaw amendment. I would say outline plan amendment, ASP amendment. Gentlemen, as you're familiar, please introduce yourself for those who might be watching at home.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor and Council. There's Scott Rosser with Helix Engineering, taking care of the application, and Scott Pravitz with me from Prudential Lands. So not too much more to add. If there's any questions, I guess, around the purpose of this, but this is triggered by basically a county development that removed a connection. So it just didn't make sense for us to push a collector up that far. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Perfect. Just ask my colleagues if there's any questions from the proponent or for the proponent. Seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate your time. I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here or online to speak in support of this Arbour Hills ASP and Arbour Hills 1 outline plan amendment. And a third time, anyone here to speak in support? Seeing none, I'll ask a first time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition to these amendments. Seeing no one, I'll ask a second time if there's anyone here or online to speak in opposition of the Arbour Hills ASP and Arbour Hills 1 outline plan amendments to change the designation of 112th Street from a collector to a local road. Seeing no one, I'll ask a third time if there's anyone here to speak in opposition of these amendments. Seeing none, I'll close this public hearing, look to business arising, recognizing Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I move the council give first reading to Bylaw C-1212L, being an amendment to the Arbour Hills Area Structure Plan.
The motion is in order. As there's no discussion or debate on first reading, I'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
Thank you. I move the council give second reading to Bylaw C-1212L.
That motion is in order. Opportunity for questions for administration, discussion, debate. Seeing no one, I'll call the question on second reading.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that too carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
I move the council have third reading of Bylaw C-1212L at this meeting.
That motion is in order. As before, in order for us to have third reading here tonight, this motion must pass unanimously. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on having third reading.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Toole.
I move the council give third reading to Bylaw C-1212L, being an amendment to the Arbour Hills Area Structure Plan.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on third reading.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Thank you for that. I'm going to move to the second part. That carries unanimously. And Councillor O'Connor, are you still in the queue? Would you like to do the second part?
Thank you. I'd like to move council give first reading to Bylaw C-1463A, being an amendment to the Arbour Hills 1 Outline Plan.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. There's no discussion or debate on first reading, so I'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council give a second reading to Bylaw C-1463A.
Thank you for that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue with discussion or debate or questions for administration, I'll call the question on second reading of Bylaw C-1463A. Please vote.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
That carries unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I'd like to move council have third reading of Bylaw C-1463A at this meeting.
Thank you for that. In order for us to have third reading here tonight, this must pass unanimously. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that does carry unanimously. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, I'd like to move council give third reading to Bylaw C-1463A, be an amendment to the Arbour Hills 1 Outline Plan.
Thank you for that motion. The motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question on third reading. Please vote.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Moving on to the delegation, business arising from our delegations this evening. First being item 16.1, the JustServe delegation. Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I would move that we receive the JustServe presentation for information. Speaking to this, always happy to receive an award on behalf of the great citizens of Grande Prairie. Thank you to JustServe for filling a void, I think, where maybe some of our volunteer organizations have gone, but it hasn't stopped the spirit of volunteerism in Grande Prairie. So thanks for that acknowledgement and thanks for coming in today.
Great. Thank you for that, Councillor Thiessen. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'll call the question on receiving the delegation for presentation for information.
Councillor Thiessen in favor.
Flack in favor.
Palat in favor.
O'Connor in favor.
And that carries unanimously. Second delegation of this evening, the ISKCON Grande Prairie delegation. Opportunity for questions for administration. This was a request to remove the fees in order for them to have their parade ceremony. Councillor Thiessen.
If there are no questions, I would be willing to do business or try some business.
Councillor Bressie.
I do. I do have a question. I do remember bringing this in, and I remember pretty substantial debate at budget time, but I'm still not remembering all the particulars. Could Mr. H just remind me, how is this fee calculated?
Mr. Bork?
Maybe even one step back. The administration was asked to bring forward a change to our procedures on this probably about a year ago. There had always been a fee; it hadn't been enforced, but we were starting to see increased amounts of requests similar to this. New groups wanting to have community events and including parades. Which are great for the community, but they also do have an impact on either staff time, but also on our road network and impacting residents. So it was really looking at, was there, if we were to enforce a fee, would it have groups consider maybe alternate routes, alternate venues, maybe not on our main corridor, shorter routes. Also, it allowed us to look at when we're managing times of day. So, would this have the least amount of impact on residents traveling, particularly east-west through the downtown core? So that was sort of the background of it, was to try to put some parameters around the numerous parade requests we were starting to get. At the time of setting that, we had done there was a question about actual time, or would it be easier just for organizations to have a fixed fee? And so we had at that time looked at what was an approximate, what was an average fee that it would take to close an intersection. There are a whole bunch of ancillary things that happen when you do that, but this was the number that we had presented at the time to look at a per intersection fee, with the idea that maybe that would influence shorter parade routes.
All right. Yep. Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, you almost answered my question, but I was just wondering would it cost less if they chose or they made the parade go faster? Would there be a less cost?
Mr. Burke.
That was some of the discussion at the time was instead of doing that per cost, this was sort of, we'd had a number of parades. This is about what it costs. So no, I will though say that it can work the other way. If the parade takes longer or doesn't start immediately on time, we are paying our staff. If we had to bring them in on overtime, we don't always. If this is during kind of our regular operations, we don't have to. But there are times when it is outside our regular operations or capacity. It could be long. We could have them out there manning barricades for extended period of time. So I'd say it's probably the other way.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, Mark. I'm just curious, if we were to help what would the funding source be, or would we have to just pick a funding source, or is there something you'd recommend?
Mr. Burke.
I'll likely commit Chief Glavin to this. If these are infrequent one-offs, or if they're partial waiving of fees, I think that's something that we could work through our existing operations. If this did become a more frequent occurrence, I think it would be worth revisiting the policy and having a different funding source. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay.
One-off. If it becomes frequent, funding source.
And just another question, if I can, Mayor. How often, can you just give me a census call, how many times a year are we waiving fees for this? I know we do it for a few events, but how often is this happening?
Mr. Burke.
I don't know if I have exactly, but just a couple that come to mind. Canada Day, as that's our event, that's one that we don't charge fees. Stompede, we've worked that into the sponsorship agreement, so we're getting recognition. That was part of if we didn't get recognition for our contributions through sponsorships in the waiving of fees, that they would have to pay the fees. Or come to council for waiving, but they have agreed to recognize that as a contribution to Stompede. The few other ones were very minor, things like small Remembrance Day requests, which were essentially a block closing around. Like these weren't significant. These were certainly within my authority to waive and not have them come to council.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. CEO Burke, just a question in regards to parameters. Is there a way that we can, for instance, there has been some discussion about the length of time that it took for the parade to start and for the parade to end. Is there some parameters that we can set for organizations that ask us for something that we say, okay, well, we can do this, but you only have the street for 2 hours? Is there something like that we can do?
Mr. Burke.
That's something I would encourage if we're going down the path of waiving this fee. I'd say it will be likely difficult to collect if it's a penalty, but it could influence decisions for waiving fees in future years. But I think it would be worthwhile putting in a fixed time that we put in if there's a request like this, and that there be a penalty outside of that or a fee.
Would that have to come through as a motion from council, or would administration go away and work on that? Would you require direction for that, or?
Mr. Burke.
As that would be outside our current policy, I would suggest that maybe we don't need all the specifics, but that we look at administration working on a window that the permit would be valid for, and outside that, a fee being charged. So maybe not the specifics. I don't have a recommendation here today, but for us, the direction to do something would be sufficient.
All right. Well, if I may, Mayor Clayton,
A couple questions.
you bet.
Thanks. So, Mr. Burke, Council put in this fee as a recommendation to recover costs from the Transportation Department. To date, the fee itself is only a couple of years old, to my knowledge. Is there any concern that if we start to forego the fees on one, that everybody's going to expect that we forego the fees? And do we have any estimation of how many applications we would anticipate? And it comes to a point, in my opinion, where why did we bother having the fee?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I know that was some discussion at the time when this was brought forward. One of the reasons that a specific fee waiver process wasn't included was that it was, I will say, to be coming to council is always an opportunity, but there wasn't a specific process that we were identifying in the bylaw. I would say that I can't estimate whether there'll be more groups. We believe there will be more groups. I'll say some have been through encouragement looked at whether a parade was what they really wanted, or whether they wanted a space in Muskwa or some of our other areas which do have large event space, which can be that we use every day. So I can't give an estimate. I believe there will be more, but I can't give an estimate how many.
Councillor Plott.
Thanks, McLean. I was just looking at Business Horizon. If there's,
I think Councillor Thiessen already had a plan. Go for it.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Hopefully this is kind of what you're thinking about, Councillor Plott. But I would move that Council waive the fees associated with the Chariot Festival Parade and ask admin to work with the group to set parameters around the time on the street that they are there for the waiver of the fees. Now, is it 2 hours? Is it 1 hour? What I'm interested in is making sure that we don't have a street shut down for 4 hours again this year. But I would like to empower the group to do this. When we created this fee capture system, one of the questions I believe I asked was, what do we do for the not-for-profits? And if they want it waived, like how do they waive it? And the answer I received from administration at that time was just what CAO Burke said, was they come in and talk to council, and anything's possible with council at that point, but we hadn't built in any restrictions for that. I know that we set these, but what I see currently in our downtown, or at least what I saw last year for our downtown as far as events, is there wasn't that many. And in fact, just going back a few years ago, if I go back 6 years, we shut down the street performers, all of Main Street, 100th Avenue, for 4 days. We would have 2 downtown street sales where we would do the same thing with all of Main Street when Helen Rice was in charge of the Downtown Association. We even shut down the street in front of Better Than Fred's and the one behind it for the Bear Creek Folk Festival street party. And I'm not mentioning, that's just for summer stuff that used to happen in the city, no longer happens anymore. As the street performers folded, the downtown street sales don't happen, and neither does the Bear Creek Folk Festival. We also used to do a Santa Claus parade too, which would require lots of shutting down. That wasn't a city enterprise. So for me, what I'd like to do is still leave it open for anybody who would like to put a parade on, that they still have the option to come to council. But we should have certain parameters where there's a length of time that we're setting our staff out on the street to work for a lot of this stuff. So for me, $4,000 is a very small cost. It's a large cost to the ISKCON group, though, and to a lot of other not-for-profits that might say, oh, well, we just won't do it this year. I'm into having more events rather than less events, and I think this is an opportunity for us to maybe work out the bugs of this proposed plan. But for this year, I would love to see that Chariot Festival be able to have the streets to go down to Muskwa and celebrate Heritage Days. Thank you.
That motion is in order. I recognize Councillor Plott, and I also have another question for administration. Oh, you're out? Okay. Mr. Burke, obviously there was some anticipation of revenue from this, from parades over the year. What will the cost impact be if council was to forego all fees this summer for nonprofits? Do we have any anticipation? I mean, obviously there's transportation has a cost to do this.
I can't give a specific answer to that. This isn't revenue that we've booked.
Right.
We weren't anticipating, as this was a new policy. I would encourage council, as this is a new policy, that we use the process that we have here right now, and that being coming to council. That ensures that there is some lead time to these, that they have to get into a process, and also it allows us to just to check on we for unanticipated requests. Like I would hesitant to say that anyone that applies for a parade this year could do that. It would be difficult for us to manage, particularly if they were wanted to do them on the same day or I think the check of coming to council is still a good one. So I would be hesitant to say waive all. Understanding, though, if we get requests to say come to council and they'll consider it, would probably be the approach I would take.
Great. Thanks for that. Councillor O'Toole.
Speaking of parades, we've had a few trucker convoys come through the city and Christmas with the big trucks. Have they received a permit, and do we charge them as well?
Mr. Burke.
I'll start and see if Chief Glavin wants to add. We have, at this point, treated those a little bit different, and that we are not closing streets off, that they still have to follow all the rules of the road. And so those have been, we've had a couple of requests like that, and that's how we've managed to date. Figuring out a permit process, or issuing a permit process and closing off all the roads would be, that would be a huge undertaking. Asking them to follow the rules of the road, even though there is some minor impact, has so far worked to date.
Thank you, Maria.
Councillor Bessie.
Thank you. Yeah, entering debate on the motion, but I'm struggling with these. In theory, I know there's hard costs with these parades, and I do support charging groups for those hard costs. At the same time, I also know that groups haven't been as aware of this potential cost, so I'd like them to be. And even when I was trying to figure out what our rules were, I was having troubles figuring out what our rules were on our website and all that. And so I can see why they're not understanding that. So for me, I'm okay waiving this fee. Yeah, I'm struggling because we waived this fee for this group last time, and I wish they would have applied for a grant. And because for me, the preferred outcome would be we do charge them for this, but also that's an eligible expense in the grants we do, and we kind of handle the hard expense separate from the grant process. So at the end of the day, I know that might be kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, but I think that gives an accurate accounting of where money's going. I think that's more fair, more transparent way to handle it. So that's why I'm struggling with this. Not because at the end of the day, I necessarily want to be out of pocket, but I think this should be handled more through a community grant process, since there are hard costs to having staff there, barricades up, et cetera, et cetera. And so that's why I'm struggling with this, but maybe I'm open to waiving it this year, but definitely long-term. And next year, I'm hoping we get to the point of groups just really know this is part of the process and they need to build in their budget when they're considering whether or not to submit a grant application.
Mr. Burke.
If I could just ask Ms. Bieberdorf if there are still any grant opportunities, such as micro grants, still available that could be an opportunity for this organization at this time?
Ms. Bieberdorf.
Sure, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So the festival funding is fully expended for the year, but we do still have the micro grants available for $1,500 per event.
Councillor Platt, I still got you in the queue. Oh, go ahead.
Thanks, McCutcheon. I just want to confirm, Councillor Bessie did say it, but I just want to confirm we did, they paid it in the beginning last year, and then did we subsidize and return their money back, or did they end up paying for this in full last year?
Ms. Bieberdorf.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. It was gift in kind last year.
Was gift in kind as well. Okay, I'm kind of struggling with this too, and I guess for me it is a precedence thing. I want to see more community events, but there is a real cost to us, and so where I was probably going with my motion was for 50%. Trying to get my head around if it's just waiving the other $2,000, but I agree with Councillor Bessie that I think this should be them applying for a grant, going through a process, so we actually realize the income and expense of it, and for their association as well. If it's free and they don't think about it, the new group takes involved, and they just think they're going to do a parade and it's free, and they didn't realize they had to do a process through that. Just thinking about them as well. So not sure where I'm going to go with it. I'm probably more leaning that I wish it was at 50%. I do think there's a cost to this. And having said that, there's a cost to these events for other things. They're probably not getting everything waived, when their expenses are doing their. And so we're not a charity either. So I do want to protect that we're not a charity and that there is a hard cost to cities. So struggling with it with the full support.
And Councillor Plott, to your comment, I think they mentioned the parade costs them, the event costs them about $25,000 to run. So I do also want to offer the opportunity for you to make an amendment. So if you'd like, there are other people in the queue, but something for you to think about. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. In the back of my mind, I was also thinking 50%, but I won't steal the amendment. One of the things that I did also just want to bring up, that we had the conversation as a refresher, is that we were seeing a lot of different organizations coming forward, and it seemed every other weekend we were having proposed parades of various lengths. And so part of that discussion was it would be wonderful if we could actually organize all of these into a heritage day or something like that, where each group is celebrating together and the diversity around that into one bigger celebration rather than a half dozen or 10 little ones. So just wanted to refresh that part of the conversation too.
Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Councillor Flack.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. Yeah, I'm in line with Councillor Plott. I think, especially if it was a gift in kind last year, I don't want this to just become something we do every year. Yeah, I'd be in line with waiving 50% of the fee this year.
Are you looking to make an amendment?
I can make an amendment if.
Go for it.
Yeah. I move that we amend to direct administration to work. Oh wait, yeah. Council waive 50% of the parade fees for the Chariot Festival of Harmony.
All right, so that motion is in order, that amendment motion. Discussion or debate around the amendment. Recognizing Councillor Bressie.
Great. Well, thanks. Since Councillor Flack made the amendment I wanted, I'm glad she did. I'll just speak to it. And so if this amendment passes and we pass subsequent motion, I'd encourage them to apply for a micro grant. It's not our process, so can't presuppose it, but I think they probably have a pretty good chance at that micro grant, which would leave them $717.60 in expense for this. And given that this has a real impact on the community and it has real hard costs, not soft costs, but hard costs on us, I think that's a reasonable amount for this year. So I hope that council support this amendment. And then I also do hope that group will apply for festival funding next year and receive more than $1,500 towards all expenses. But also next year, I like that. I don't want to waive any of this fee next year.
Right. Thanks for your comments. Any other discussion or debate on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amendment.
Councillor Thiessen. In favor.
Carries unanimously. So now back to the amended motion. Discussion or debate on the motion as amended. Seeing no one in the queue, are you good with me calling the question, Councillor Thiessen, or do you want to close? Okay. Well, no, it's not. Actually, it's your motion as amended. So seeing none, I'll call the question on the amended motion.
Councillor Thiessen. In favor.
Councillor Plott, how do you vote? Councillor Plott votes in favor, and that carries unanimously. Moving on to item 16.3, Grande Prairie Cricket Association. Opportunity for questions for administration. I see no one jumping quick, so I'll go first. Councillor Ms. Bieberdorf, can you remind me, we've had these cricket conversations for multiple years, and I jog my memory on what the initial investment from the city of Grande Prairie was in that public park.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. So since 2015, we've invested about $40,000 cash via grant to the cricket club, various gift in kind, as well as we have the pitch on a regular mowing schedule as well. So basically everything except for the pitch itself, that little strip in the middle.
Great. Thank you for that. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. A question probably for Chief Glavin. If we were to move that the cage say 30, 40 feet to the west. Are you aware of any limitations, be it trees or grade or anything like that, that would prevent that?
Chief Clavin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. Where it's currently shown as the proposed practice pitch is where there's a couple conflicts with trees. As you move west, you do start losing some elevation, I think half meter to a meter, but they could likely deal with that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, this is probably for Mr. Clavin, Chief Clavin. I'm just wondering, I think it might have been Mr. Berg mentioned protecting the people with a net. Can we request or work with the organization of putting a net before the pass so no balls go past that area? I think it's important that we protect people walking through that area.
Chief Clavin or Mr. Burke?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I think ultimately it would be what direction we had from council. Let's say private investment. If it was required to gain the support of council, we could request it.
Mr. Burke.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I would add, I would recommend, as we've done with other user groups that are building infrastructure on city land, is that we work on a construction and then user group agreement. We've done that with beach volleyball. We've done that with pickleball. The pickleball one does include public access for a portion of the day, certain hours. So we do have examples of agreements where we have allowed the group to build on our land with conditions. And so those are things that we would add, and we would take advice from council here what to include.
Councillor Plott.
Just business arising if there was...
Councillor O'Connor.
Yeah, would that be something in regards to protecting people walking on the path? Is that something that we would insist, or would we expect them to pay part of the cost for that?
Mr. Burke.
As the group indicated, they were willing to fund this project. If we were to add on other components, I think that would be just direction we would want from council. If there was some specifics, we would add that on. And if council didn't want to pay for it and take them up on their offer to pay for this, that we add that into the agreement. Okay. Specific direction would be useful.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. I'm struggling with other group access to this because I really, I've been a significant volunteer in a facility that gets regular group access as well. But I am curious to learn more about the wear and tear on these courts, where when I build a disc golf course, it lasts for 25 years without significant wear. Pickleball court doesn't get significant wear because you have more people there. If truly cricket does see extended wear, the more people get it, and that means there's capital replacements. I would be interested in learning more about that, and if there'd be opportunities to build a booking fee into it. In terms of, I don't think we should leave exclusive use this group. It's also not fair to make this group pay for other groups if they have accelerated wear on a facility that actually is substantive, not taking a year off a 30-year life, but taking a year off a year-long life is different. So would there be opportunity, if council directed, to explore what is the wear on these, and is there a reasonable way that we could have other groups cost share with them through a fee paid to the city that got forwarded on or something like that?
Mr. Burke?
I would say the easy answer is yes. I think that would be the model of community gyms, where we have a user fee attached to that. Saying that, I would say I would hesitate to give a final answer here. It would be something I would like to take away and come back with further information.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question for yourself or Ms. Bieberdorf. Right now, the facility has generally been used by one club. As acknowledged tonight, there's another club. Are we running into conflicts and with the assumption that the existing club had title to the space?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I did take a look at the bookings between the delegation and now, and actually both clubs have booked time. So the one club is booked in the morning on the weekends, the other one's booked in the afternoon. So far we have not identified any conflicts.
Okay. And so then with the anticipation of our new facility coming on, we should be able to accommodate both clubs.
Correct, and council did make a motion to utilize the Northridge pitch specifically for youth and women's teams playing there, and then put the senior men's teams over on the new pitch further away from homes.
Right. Okay. And I had another question in regards to what happens if the infrastructure is damaged?
Thank you. So the last time that main pitch was replaced, they were given a grant of $10,000 in 2019. So I would suggest they apply for a community improvement grant if it needs to be repaired or replaced in the future, and that grant should be sufficient to cover the cost to replace.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Plott.
Business Rising, or is there still people?
Councillor Bressi has a question first.
Yeah. So there is another group book in the pitch now. Is it paying a fee of any sort?
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. Yes, they do pay a rental fee, the same fee that any field user would pay, like for a soccer field, same rates.
And then I assume that's just going to the city. That's not being shared with the creek.
Correct.
And the Cricket Club mentioned that they tarp up the pitch. Is this other group removing that tarp and playing on that? Do we know?
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Thank you. I don't have that information right in front of me, but that's a conversation that we'll be having with the other group.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Plott, go ahead with business arising.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just moved that administration work with the Cricket Association on a construction and usership agreement to place a new batting cage on the Northridge site. Is it Northridge site? Sorry, I guess the
Solomon Field.
Solomon Field, sorry.
Head Solomon Field, I think it is. Mr. Burke.
Just a question. Is there any direction on use of this new infrastructure? If we're asking them, this one user group, to pay for it, is there any direction on whether this is accessible to others? I'm not sure that I could come back with an agreement that we all thought was the same thing at this point. We would be happy to go away and work on some agreements and bring them back and make sure that there's clarity. So we don't have to decide that today. But this is one that I would say, as there's different views, that we go away, we could do some work, and we could come back and show council what that looked like.
Okay. Councillor Thiessen.
Just a question in that regards. I have my own concerns about one club setting up infrastructure and then having it under lock and key on their own. If we're doing community improvement grants, or we have community improvement grant funds available, could this club still apply for a community improvement grant and use that money to build this kind of like the knowledgeable partner? But then we would still maintain the infrastructure, the park, and as far as having one group have a little bit more authority over another group. I don't think we're trying to create that here. So just a question for full community use of the field.
Ms. Bieberdorf?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. So the community improvement grant application deadline's typically in the fall, and then it's for projects the following year. So there wouldn't be any funds available for the 2026 year, but they could apply in the fall for 27.
We don't do, sometimes grants are retroactive. Is that built into the terms of reference at all for retroactivity?
No, because we wouldn't have taken any applications for the 2027 year yet. Like, we're always kind of a year behind. We take the applications in the fall for them to build the following year. So we have the same deadline for everybody that would be applying, like October 1st. I suppose you could take funds out of it now if you wanted to and leave less for the rest of the community.
No, it's just sometimes things happen where people go ahead and they do something and they go, oh, I could have got a grant for that, and then we give grant money back retroactively, or the province does, or the granting body does. But I was just wondering what the terms of this grant are.
Mr. Burke?
I would offer one other alternative if the concern is making this access to more than one user group or to the public, that it could be consideration for the city to install this as through other sources of funds, like through Council Strategic Fund or some other funds. If that was the primary concern, was ensuring open access, that would be an alternative.
All right. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, well, I just brought another question, and maybe I'm looking at all the gray hairs around the table here. Sorry, I'm one of them. I got lots here. back in the day at South Bear Creek, we used to have a batting cage that was open for every baseball team that wanted to use it. It got locked every night, and eventually it timed out, and we never replaced it. But we didn't charge for that at all, did we? Or we didn't have to book? As far as I remember, you just walked up, you had a couple balls, and you started whacking at the machine as it spit the balls at you. But I don't know, I was only 9 years old when I went in that batting cage, so that's why I'm looking at some of the older people.
All right, I have nobody with answers.
All right, fair enough.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Question for Councillor Plux. I'm not quite sure understanding the intent of this motion. Is the intent, if council passes it, that, hey, we're saying administration get this done? Or is it, hey, administration, go figure out what this might look like, then come back to us for approval?
Councillor Plott.
For me, it's just get this done. And I guess, speaking, I don't know how we manage this. And so I can appreciate we have a booking system for a field. I don't think we want to send people out there to unlock and lock a batting cage. So for me, the Cricket Association is willing to pay for it. I think it's their pitch. We're just giving them land. That would be my take on it. I appreciate some people are probably wanting more people using it. I think we're trying hard. I think we've tried hard last term and this term to get associations to start putting skin in the game. So I also don't want to punish cricket for putting skin in the game, putting up the money, putting all the work in, and then worrying whether another usership group can use it or not. We're building a second pitch. If there's more space, then I would encourage that other group to do the same. But I do worry about us worrying about having another group potentially using this batting cage, and we muddy it so much that they say, fine, we're taking our ball and going home. I do not think we want administration running up and down, opening and unlocking a batting cage to try to collect a fee. I don't even know if we'd ever break even on that. So I just think, honestly, let administration go work with cricket. They're the ones that come in today and said, just go build this darn thing. We've got the location. We're paying for it. That's my intent. If that's not your intent, you just don't vote for it. That's my intent. I want to support the group that come in that's going to write the check to get the work done. If other groups can't use it, unfortunate for them. At the end of the day, that cricket club is growing, and they're already turning away kids. It sounds like they want to use the facility tomorrow as soon as possible. So I'd rather see this thing get going and get people using it as quick as possible, and not let the politics of sports set themselves out. Our job isn't necessarily getting into the politics of every sport, in my opinion, but that's my intent on the motion.
Yeah, I would just say that I think, tell me right now, Ms. Bieberdorf, the Pickleball Association received, I think, a $50,000 grant to upgrade our facility. How do we manage that? I know there's public courts and what they consider club courts. Are they locked up at night? How's that managed?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Clayton. The Pickleball Club takes care of unlocking and locking those courts.
And allowing public on one side, and the other side that they invested their money in is for their club.
For their club, yes.
And public can't use that side. It has to be members, right?
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. My only concern, Councillor Plott, is that I think it's great they invested into this. New clubs only form because there was something that the existing club didn't serve other people. So the new clubs are forming because something the existing club is doing isn't serving their needs. And so many sports such as volleyball have spun off and started new clubs, and we don't regulate who can and can't get into our scores agreement. Everyone's welcome, even though initial clubs sometimes have bought equipment and shared in that piece. I agree it's significant for that club, the $40,000 we've given them, and then in turn they've had matching dollars. I don't ever want a public facility to become a private club. And so the infrastructure that they're investing on is becoming private. And so I guess I'd ask Ms. Bieberdorf, are there recommendations for how administration can see the utilization of the equipment that that association has invested into our public land?
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I don't have an answer for you right away. The one thing I'm just also considering is that we are going to be relocating them as well. So not putting too much investment into that field when they're going to be moving to the other field is something else we're considering. So I don't have a...
Well, my thought was that they would come and ask for that to be moved.
They might.
They probably will ask us to move it for them. No. Yeah. They're going to want it all at the nice new Shawnee Club.
They're going to want both fields.
Yeah. Councillor O'Toole.
Yeah, on your motion, I would like to see in there protection against other individuals and from the batting cage. So fencing and screening above, so the balls cannot leave the cage.
Councillor Plott?
Sorry, I guess I'm going off the diagram. They had it look like a fully enclosed pitching cage other than when they shoot the ball out. It looked like a fully enclosed cage from what I could tell. So I guess if they hit it fairly far straight out, it's going to go out in a ways.
It's going across a walkway.
Yeah, and for me, that would be part of the construction agreement. Maybe we're putting up signs. I also, if we get so prescriptive on this and we ask them to put up fences and sign, all that, it's not happening. And so that's just my take on it. Well, that we're concerned about safety. Maybe it's when they do a construction agreement, they're saying you got to put up signage. That's where I'm leaving that fairly open for admin on it. I want it to go ahead. What I'm fearful is if we get too much in it, and maybe we can ask and they'll come back and the Cricket Association will say, we're willing to do that. Maybe they will. I just don't want to make it onerous enough that if we put on a bunch of extra safety things, that it just doesn't happen. I just want to see the batting cage happen for that group more than anything.
Well, I wasn't concerned who was paying for it. I'd like to see the city look after that, if possible, because, I don't know, what was your plan?
Mr. Burke?
Our plan was if this was approved, that all costs would go to the club. Determining what the actual design is, I don't know if I have enough expertise here to finalize that, but there had been no intent for city resources to pay for this if this would go forward.
Well, that's fine. I just wanted to see it be addressed somewhere along the line.
Councillor Bressie.
Great, thank you. Yeah, regarding the other group access, I'm really torn on that because I really do agree with Mayor Clayton in terms of when you install something on public land, it should be public property. At the same time, I don't want this group being unduly burdened by that wear and tear. So I would love to see some sort of cost sharing or fee that you pay to book it that goes towards that. I also think that there's probably ways to create shared procedures or agreed upon procedures where if they're going to be removing the tarp from a facility, it probably makes sense that they get training on how to do that. Or I don't want city staff going and unlocking the cages all the time, but shared keys. But that's something I don't really want. I don't want to get that nitty gritty in a council meeting with council deciding that. I think that two questions I did ask the group was, number one, I asked them during their delegation of, do they want this, what happens when we build the other field? And I heard quite clearly from them, they're hoping to have a practice facility at both fields, which makes sense. If this is a youth-oriented one, it makes sense that when you're putting on kids through on Saturday, you'd want a place for them to practice. The other question I asked them is the thought about having some fencing behind the bowler so it doesn't hit the path, and that's something that, again, they said they'd be very open to. And so for me, I think that they do want to. They are open to that screening. I would hope that we see that screening. And in fact, the one thing that I am hoping to amend this, Councillor Plott, and I'm curious if it could be taken as a friendly or if you'd like me to make a hostile amendment, I guess. But I would love to add to the end, place a new batting cage of the Salmon Head field subject to sufficient screening for pathway and houses. And for me, I would hope to see something behind the bowler, that when it leaves that cage, it doesn't hit that path. Because that was the big concern we heard from houses at the previous location, that we're not remedying it at all.
Before you say yes or no to his suggestion of a friendly amendment, I think Ms. Bieberdorf in the queue.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. I just had one addition, just thinking about your previous question. So we typically do like ice user meetings, field user meetings, but we've never done a cricket field user meeting. So perhaps that's something we could do to ensure everybody's following the same protocol with removing the tarps and things as well.
Okay. So I guess you're asking Councillor Plott if he'll add on your extensively longer language to his already long motion.
At the very end, batting cage of the Salmon Field with sufficient screening for pathways and houses.
Councillor Plott, are you comfortable with that?
I'm fine with that. I guess for me, I was hoping that was part of leaving it open. They would meant to be like, we're going to do that's right for the community. But if people are worried about the wording on that, I can amend that. That's fine to me.
And specifically the reason I'm asking for that is because that is different than the pictures they've shown us, where I am asking for one more piece of netting than we had in their past cage and one more piece of netting than than we've seen in pictures. But a piece of netting they said they're open to. So that's specifically why I'm doing that, because it is a bigger scope than what they've shown.
I guess my concern for council is where does the net go? How tall is it? How long is it? How, like, where does this end? And I'm just being honest. If you're spraying a ball out of there and it goes to, are we talking 100 feet of fencing, 8-10 feet high? Where is it? That's my concern in this. That's why I want to leave it up to admin, because this could turn into what my version of public safety and your version of public safety could be tens of thousands of dollars of difference. Yep. And I want to see the batting cage built. So that's more where I'm at. So I'll leave that in there and put that with them. If the proponents are interested in it, I guess I just would caution council if admin comes back and puts up an 8-foot fence in one spot because they feel that was safe. That's what they felt was safe, that we don't think we're getting a 150-foot long screening 20 feet high or whatever our version of what we think is safe in there is. So, yeah.
Thanks for that, Councillor Platt. I had a question for Ms. Bieberdorf. Have we had any noise complaints lately, and do we have any concern with the addition of this batting cage? We're now enhancing the noise of for that neighborhood, because we'll have playing going on and presumably practicing going on at the same time.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. We haven't got any noise complaints yet this year, but they're just getting started for this season. We did have one neighbor report some of the cricket balls landing in their yard, but no noise complaints yet. But it's still pretty early in the season. The field's just dried up.
Okay. So, Councillor Platt, are you good as the e-scribe is, or would you like it as your original motion? Okay. And there will be interpretation, and somebody's probably not going to be happy. That's the reality. All right, so Councillor Platt, to close on your motion. I will call the question on this motion.
Plot in favor.
Jose in favor?
It carries unanimously. I was looking to make a subsequent motion and happy for my colleagues to work with me on this. Or I'll ask Ms. Bieberdorf, you brought up a very valid point. There needs to be user group meetings on this field. And do you want direction? That'll happen. What I do ask though is that if there's concerns out of those user group meetings, conflicting demands and expectations from multiple groups, that you make council aware of that. Great, thank you. Moving on, 16.4, Travel Alberta presentation. As mentioned, I appreciate them coming here tonight. And I'm just looking for, thank you, Councillor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor Clayton. I move that we accept this report for presentation for information. Thank you.
For that. That motion is in order. Seeing no one in the queue, I'll call the question. Councillor Auger in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to council member reports, reminding my colleagues that it is now 8:15. I will start with Councillor Palat.
Thanks, Mayor Clayton. I'll just go through a bunch of events I attended, and I'll just highlight one. The Stompede Breakfast video was fun. I did the National Day of Mourning at Safe Cities, Invest Northwest Committee meeting, at a Grande Prairie Police Commission stakeholder engagement meeting and Finance Committee meeting, the Chamber Spring Business Showcase. I attended a AB Muni's Policy, Justice and Emergency Management Committee meeting. And then the highlight, I guess, was the Alberta Community Crime Prevention conference I attended last week. Lots of talk about, and sadly, about how gangs are using social media more and more. So for those of you that have kids on TikTok or Roblox and those forums, apparently they're not very good. And so we probably knew that already, but it was actually talked about a fair amount there of just how predatory those are getting to be for folks. But the overall theme of that conference was building relationships is key to having a good, safe city and engagement in your community. So I'm really excited about trying to roll some of those things into GPPS. I know Council Hall is. But yeah, there were some really good takeaways, and looking forward to getting out some of that information to the Grande Prairie Police Commission. Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Councillor Flack.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Clayton. I attended the AGM for the South Peace Regional Archives. on Saturday, May 2nd. They've been going pretty good there. They've received lots of archive donations from locals in 2025, including the large collection from the Peace Region historian David Leonard, who passed away in July of 2025. So they've been working through that rather large collection, but they're doing well. And I also attended the Youth Career Expo last week, and when I was there, it was just bus loads of kids showing up to look at their career options, which was really cool. I also had a Youth Advisory Council meeting on May 4th. We've been doing a session called Counselor Time, where Counselor Thiessen and I get up and we answer any questions they may have. I was by myself there last week, unfortunately, but thank you to Chief Arlen Miller for helping me out and answering some of the questions they had. A few other the highlights. I attended the grand opening of the Jumpstart all-inclusive playground with quite a few. I think everybody was there. The GP Grows event on the weekend, and I also stopped by the 3D charity tournament on Friday, and that was lots and lots of kids just playing soccer and ball hockey all day. So it was pretty cool to see.
Thanks for that, Councillor Flack. Councillor Berg.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Clayton. We had a double header one night where a handful of us, Mayor Clayton and Councillor Bressy was there, Councillor O'Toole, Councillor O'Connor at the Northern Alberta Medical Program wrap-up celebration, and enjoyed some hot dogs and hamburgers, and enjoyed some time in a beautiful setting with the medical program people. And then from there, went over to the Grande Prairie Fire Department Awards, and it's my second year attending that, and it's always very touching to hear some of the heroics from some of our firefighters here in the city, and the work that they do and hand out their awards, and it's great to see them recognized. Again, Mayor Clayton and Councillor O'Connor were there, along with a lot of city staff as well. So my apologies if I missed any councillors, but you can mention it yourselves. I went to the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relations 5-kilometer walk. That's now my training for the year, because I got fat over the winter and did hardly anything, so that 5K walk hurt me, but I'm moving forward now. And again, I attended a couple of other events that have already been mentioned, so those are mine.
Thanks for that, Councillor Berg. Councillor O'Connor.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. Had a general meeting and a regular meeting of the Grande Prairie Airport Commission. Downtown Association went to that meeting, and they're adding 3 flashing crosswalks, working with the city to have those placed. Went to the Chamber of Spring Showcase, and Arbour Day was, even though it's not a city event, the kids, when you see them look at a tree and get explained what it means, they're so excited. So Interact put on a music festival on Friday evening, which was a huge success. And there are about 100 people there, and it was a good event. And they went to the Alberta Northwest Palliative Care Drills and Grills, which was pretty awesome. The burgers were pretty big. I couldn't eat more than 3/4 of mine, but whatever. GP Crows, I have to put a handout to the staff. Councillor Thiessen was with me, and the staff knocked it out of the park. And I don't know how many people, but it had to be 1,200 plus. I'm guessing a lot more than that. So anyway, and then the Youth Expo, Career Expo, it was such a great event, and people are saying it was the busiest that they've seen it, and people were even telling me they signed up people at the I can't even speak English, but anyway, I'll try French.
No, don't.
Okay. Anyway, it was a very good event. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor O'Toole.
I got you. I attended the National Day of Mourning ceremony, and then after that, I stayed around and had lunch with the guest speaker, Randy Wedler. I worked with him for a number of years, and we've been friends ever since. Attended the Nighthawk Board meeting, Spring Business Showcase, and Mixer. NAMP year-end celebration, Steps for Life walk, Maskwa CP Park. I gave words on behalf of Mayor Clayton at that Steps for Life walk. Stompede breakfast video. I thought that was a little bit of fun. Jumpstart, all inclusive. Everybody there that was wearing the red shirt was all from St. Gerard's School. And there was lots of them. Youth Career Discovery Expo, excellent, excellent. Nothing but positive comments from the vendors. Wellspring Cancer Grand Opening. I attended the very first meeting that they had here, and I was very pleased being at the grand opening. Went to Wembley and watched a live lacrosse game, and hockey players, you're not that tough. You got to be a lacrosse player to be tough like those guys. They're taking sticks across the back of the head and across the chest, and these were only 14-year-old to 16-year-old people. I attended the Air Show 2026 meeting and the Drills and Grills Palliative Care Society fundraiser. I attended that and spent Mother Day with my wife, and I thought about my mom and my mother-in-law. And that is my report.
Thanks for that, Councillor Thiessen.
Thank you very much, Mayor Clayton. I'll try to be brief. We had a couple meetings with Grand Spirit Foundation, one a special board meeting, the other building committee meeting to discuss the projects that we have currently in the Kipper. Also had the honor of joining most of council for the Jumpstart All-Inclusive Playground opening. I think a couple highlights for me there was just the pure energy and excitement from the kids that were around. You know, I got to dance with a bunch of kids. They were showing me dance moves. And then one of the cherry on top was really the smile on Mayor Clayton's face at the top of the slide. I'm not sure when she last wrote a slide, but the little child, little baby Clayton came out there. It was a beautiful smile. So
I was never a baby Clayton, but that's okay.
You were once upon a time ago, Mayor Clayton. My, how you've grown. Anyways, Councillor Berg talked about getting into a new program for fitness. It's not just the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Relatives Walk that you could have partaken in, because earlier in the weekend we had the Steps for Life Walk, as well as the Palliative Care Society hikes for hospice as well. So, yeah. So Councillor Berg, if you didn't catch that, if you're watching at home, he said he would be in hospice, but that was about 17 kilometers worth of walking for me over 3 days, besides the stuff that I did on the trails on my own. I also attended the Drills and Grills, great event. Glad to see that first time kickoff event. I got to eat lunch with Councillor Auger, O'Toole, and O'Connor. So awesome. And then I also want to put a big shout out to our staff at GP Grows. They are a well-oiled machine. The program's now been running for 6 years, and it is rolling like perfection. I can't believe we got the first 800 people through in less than an hour. CEO Birkins and his missus were one of those 800 people standing in line, and everyone got their strawberries, their seed onions, their seed potatoes, and it was great, and it's great to see the GP growing all around it. I just want to send out a big special thank you, because I was helping to volunteer hand out the stuff, so to the staff and volunteers who were there that were helping us at the station. I know I'm going to miss some who weren't at the station, but a big thank you to Eli, Catherine, Kaylee, Jessica, who pretty much builds and runs the whole program, Matt, who works in parks as well as helps out big time there, and this really cute old dude, I think his name was Mike. He was working at the end. I didn't get to talk to him too much because I was at one end, he was at the other, but man, that guy is boisterous, fun, and yeah, really industrious. So thank you, everybody. It was glorious.
Councillor Auger.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Anyway, I have not heard very much since the cricket people. So that's how long I've been sitting here watching your guys' lips go like this. Anyway, I voted based on what I thought was right, and I was right every time. I knew what you guys would vote. Anyway, since my last presentation, I went to the National Day of Mourning, went to the luncheon, and then I went away to Regina for 3 days, and then 3 days after, I was at the Alberta Community Crime Prevention Association meeting. I was there with Wade, and honest to God, I learned quite a bit with restorative justice, and I always question whether that's happening here in Grande Prairie or not. And we did sit with Donna and Lois, the two commissioners, and of course we had a chat about whether that's something we need to look at together as a city and a commission about where is restorative justice at in Grande Prairie. So just to keep that in mind. And then I got back, I went and did cultural teachings at 2 schools. Went to the palliative care fundraiser at Drills and Grills. I went to GP Groves and Dig It, and I watched Chris and Mike handing things out, potatoes, onions. And then I also went to the Wellspring Cancer Support Gathering or ceremony. And today, I listened in on the quarterly city's website, or webcast, or whatever they call it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Auger. It's been an extremely busy last 2 weeks. I'll go as quick as I can. I wanted to thank the Grande Prairie Friendship Centre and the organizers of the National Day of Mourning, the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. That walk was well organized and a great attendance this year. I also attended the Grande Prairie Airport AGM with CAO Burke, had a meeting with myself and Ms. Bieberdorf and many other representatives from across the region with Alberta Innovates, who was in town to talk about their new outlook on where the opportunities are and support from Alberta Innovates as an organization. I attended and read the proclamation on behalf of Council at the National Day of Mourning, attended their ceremony at Safety City. I know Councillor Plott was there and a couple others. I attended with Councillor Plott the Invest Northwest Committee meeting. CAO and I had an opportunity to meet with representatives from the Grande Prairie's Farmers Market. It was nice to get first-hand information from them as to what's going on, as opposed to having little bits of the information. They are now open in their temporary location. Things are going well, and they plan to be back downtown and open for Christmas. So that was great news. I had a meeting with Lori Pollock, the board chair of the Grande Prairie and Chamber of Commerce, Grande Prairie and Region Chamber of Commerce. I attended the Grande Prairie Chamber Spring Business Showcase, represented our organization at the Northern Alberta Elected Leaders meeting, which was, if you're not aware, is an organization representing Northern Alberta, and it was a great opportunity for updates on what are happening with some of our municipal neighbors. Attended the NAMP ceremony, as mentioned, and the Grande Prairie Fire Department annual ceremony. The Jumpstart Playground, the all-inclusive playground, was a special day for all of Council to know that from a simple phone call of not just the slide, but from a simple phone call of, hey, we're new to town and we're the new dealers at Canadian Tire and we have an idea. To see what it was last week is really a great undertaking. So thank you to our organization for the work we did, but thank you to Canadian Tire and Jumpstart for what they brought to our community. Had an opportunity with Chief Causey to meet with AMA and their representative to talk about statistics in regards to traffic safety, opportunities for improvement in our region, as well as areas of risk. And so I've asked AMA to come back and speak to Council, update them on statistics. And with that, I think there are opportunities for our Council to look at the impact of some recent changes to provincial regulation, as well as opportunities for improvement in regards to keeping our communities safe, not only on school grounds, but in potential in expanding opportunities on playgrounds and school grounds, but on high impact intersections. So I look forward to having more conversations on that. I represented our organization at the Mid-Sized City Mayors monthly meeting, and as mentioned, the Youth Career Discovery Expo was an excellent day. Thank you to all the industry leaders who come there to not only showcase their business, but to show youth what is possible, have great conversations about what the future could look like, and to also talk about to people under the age of 30 who are looking for a career change. So I thought it was a well ran event and really well attended. With Councillor Auger and Councillor O'Toole, attended the Wellspring Cancer Support official launch, brought greetings on behalf of the city. That's an organization that has come to town to provide support for cancer patients and individuals free of cost, so no charge, and not only to support the individuals who are going through cancer, but to support their families. And then a fun day, had the opportunity with the president of Northwestern Polytech to do the official launch of the Wolves Women Hockey, to see our logo on that ice. It looks great. The color looks great. Thank you to the facilities and the team from the Design Works Center. The new change room, I haven't seen yet, the Wolves change room. I heard it's under construction, but the coach told me the team will start practicing at the end of August. The team is representative from female hockey players from across Western Canada. The first home opener will be October 9th, so I look forward to that day. And then on the weekend, I had a day trip to Edmonton and back. As if you recall, I represent, I'm one of many on a regional healthcare advisory committee, Grande Prairie and NISO, which is Council 3 on the zone map. It was an opportunity to talk about the Regional Health Advisory Committee, as well as the Patient Family Advisory Committee and the work that we're doing in the overlaps, to talk about where our areas of opportunity are. You will see our survey come out soon. Somebody from the committee, probably not me, will present to council of how you can help gathering information for improvements in healthcare. So there's a lot of work happening there. Also had the opportunity at that to have a conversation with Minister LaGrange to talk to her about the work that Maskwa is doing and continues to do, and as they put forward their application for their registered physician program. So lots has happened in the last 2 weeks, lots of work. I want to thank my colleagues and deputy support, as well as many others who carry the ball when I can't be everywhere. We got a great team here, and we work very hard. Thank you to Shane and his team, and I will call this meeting adjourned, and we'll see you all soon. Thanks so much.